And we are back to 999. Last time when we left off, we had 9 people. One of them exploded, so we're left with 8. And then our 7th member is also MIA, which is very fun. And also, out of 3 doors, chat decided to choose door number 7. Not confusing at all, in the slightest. Gun. There's probably gonna be gun involved at some point. Punch. Yes, that's more accurate. Well, thank you for triggering Adachi's retribution. He deserves it. And it's greatly appreciated. Hopefully you're doing good there, Reaper. And hopefully you're ready to see whatever lies behind door number 7. Or the door numbered 7. Slightly more accurate way of putting it. Alright, well, without any further ado, now with Adachi being punched, let's do this. Hopefully you don't get shadow banned, that would be very tragic. Just don't spam the chicken emote and you should be okay, Reaper. Probably. Don't take my word for it. Well, there's no point standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us. 7 grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. Only once. You know? Fair enough, Reaper, fair enough. And to that, I'll chicken back. Alright. What lies behind this door? The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman. Oddly specific. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine. Let's just go. Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. Seven followed with Clover right behind him. Huh? Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen. What the hell is this? Why don't we take a look? Hey, Clover! Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Yeah! Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums. What? Clover? He and Seven ran toward Clover to see what had frightened her. Hey, what's wrong? They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear. Ooh boy, what the hell is this? Is this a corpse? It was something that looked kind of like a human lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed. An operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling. We should probably take a closer look. Yeah. Slowly they approached. As they got closer to his body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all. This is... What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something. A doll? Oh, we found it. Oh, hey, we found the thing made by Frankenstein. You're not far off, honestly, Mystery, but welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing well. How many platinum coins do you have in Terraria? Because I did not see that, and I'm actually curious to hear about that. That's how many did you have? Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked as intently as possible, from as far away as possible, at the thing. Junpei could see her relax. You're right, it's only a doll. Only 850 platinum? How much grinding did you do, Reaper? Did you go to where the pirates are stationed and just rob their whole place? Completely ransack it? Man, it really scared me. She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Oh, did some transmutations to get some platinum. Very casual stuff. Alright, alright. Understandable. Seven smirked. Heh, well, guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls. Oh, shut it. Don't you start with me, fatty. Oh, what this? You want to beat the me short stuff? Yeah, bring it on, you whale. Hey guys, not again, okay? Seriously, just knock it off. Jeez. Anyway, looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart. Damn, Junpei just roasting. Oh, this? You mean in this chest? Yeah. It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart. Why would there be a heart in a doll? I don't think it's a doll. You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something? Or maybe it's got more personal uses? Seven's grin was more than lil perverted. You. Clover glared at him. Deserved. Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go. Okay. Sure thing. Alrighty. Starting up with a brand new escape room. Time to seek a way out. These dolls are really kinda creepy, you know. Hey, just jump in here. John? You think that's this doll's name? Maybe. This thing is creepy. I wonder why it's on the bed. Don't ask me. You let an auto-clicker keep placing crystal shard in a simple setup and bam! Multiple 9999 crystal shards and then bam! 850 platinum. That's one way to grind for the money. Back on, like, this was many years ago on a now dead tablet, Android tablet. I was playing mobile Terraria, and I made this glitch where I couldn't break a chest, but anytime I opened the door, it would break the chest, but create a new copy of that chest. So I could keep doing that over and over, similarly to what you did there, to get an infinite amount of money. Was it effective? No, it was just a chest, but it worked. I don't know how it happened, but it was something I could do. The quantum chest, as I would like to call it. A creepy medical mannequin is lying on the bed. Apparently his name is John. What if I put the chest inside the chest? That's what we would call Inception, and would probably break my tablet, because my tablet was a really, really cruddy Android one I got during Black Friday. Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says it kg on the display. You think maybe it's a scale? Maybe. Huh? There's some sort of lid on this thing. Why don't you try opening it? Can't, there's no handle. Can't get under it with my nails either. An operating table. Do you think old operating tables look like this? I have no idea. No nails. Evidently, 7 has no nails. Got a scalpel, a bloody one at that. None of this other stuff looks useful. Yeah, it's all pretty rusty. Ah yes, we need the clean, bloodied scalpel for use. Medical mannequin with its guts showing. Ew, gross. Hey, Dumpe, there's a slit in this thing's chest. Yeah, sure is. There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Damn it. Stinking, the thing won't budge. It's stuck. Well, I guess you can't use force on this one then. You need something small that can fit into that little hole. Gee, I wonder what. Just punch a hole in it and left it that way. No strength, nah. They need to just brute force it. An internal organ, specifically a lung. Can I not use the scalpel on it? Evidently not, so let's just keep looking around. Why don't they just punch holes through the place and leave that way? I don't know, Reaper. Honestly, it's a skill issue. They should just leave. Nothing more complicated than that. These are used for surgery, right? Or they use these for surgery, right? Let's see. Syringes, cups, plate. There's a sort of scissor-ish thing. Are those scissors? They look kind of funny. No, that's probably pair of culture forceps. Surgeons use them during operation. Take an old blood vessel shot and keep tissue out of the way. We can use it to pull stuff out of small holes or something like that. Okay. Just SV_cheats1. It's really not that hard to do. Okay, do I use the other thing? Oh, so I used those. Okay, thanks for the fake organ, I appreciate it. Oh boy, I just remembered this. I don't like that. Another medical mannequin? From the look of it, this one's a chick. She has a name too. Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy had only a head and left arm. Maybe we're supposed to gather all our parts? What's this thing? It's got the short iron legs. Maybe it's a heater? There's nothing inside of it. Ooh, just what I need. Maybe you're supposed to heat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria. There's a boiling thingy over there. There's nothing on the lid or in the drawers. There's a lot of different there's lots of different kinds of medication. It's hard to tell them apart. It's locked. We can probably find the key if we just look some more. Let's look somewhere else. Fair enough. Looked like it's locked. Guess we're gonna need a key for this one. This is where he came in, right? Yeah. So I guess, this bed doesn't look very comfortable. Yeah. Okay, so I need all the body parts. Or wait, I probably don't combine the liver and chest, right? What do I do? So there's nothing in there. Can I... What do I use the scalpel on? Idea? Let's try cutting this organ with scalpel. Organ key! Brilliant! Cool, it's unlocked. Nice. Wait. I think you can hang your coat here. There's a bunch of hooks. Makes sense. I couldn't have thought of that. Let's see if... piece of paper. What's this? Is this some kind of medical record? New material has been added to the file screen. A medical record found in the preparation room. It has 2 records for the 2 mannequins. There's a male mannequin named John and a female mannequin named Lucy. The record shows each mannequin's total weight and the weight of their individual parts. Oh my gosh, this is math. Oh no. I don't like what that's implying. There are 4 different lights, each one a different color. White, red, blue, and purple. Does this thing react something and then the lights light up? Damn, it's not opening. Locked, of course. Blue plate here seems a little suspicious though. It won't open. Yeah. So we need some color coded. Think doctors and nurses probably watched their hand here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here. Once again, I apologize if my accent is god awful. What this, a light switch? Doesn't seem to be working. True, Neko, that's something we might have to consider. It could be 666 upside down. With this game, you'll never know. Also, welcome on in. Can I unlock the other room too? I can. A rectangular table. I wonder, did people mix medicine on this thing? Hopefully not. There's a note on the table. Iron equals 1, salt 2, water 3, carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol, What do you think this is a hint for? Maybe it's got something to do with this box? Blue liquid, red liquid. The box is locked. Looks like you have to enter a passcode on the keypad to open it. I can only enter 3 numbers. E is for enter and C is clear. Once you input the number, press E. If you mess up, press C. 4, 5, and 6, obviously. You know, I could try that. Just why not spitball it? Doesn't hurt to try. Also, welcome on Narube. It's into cook meth, please no. Alright, I'm gonna put in a random number. Okay, 815. How disappointing. Something stinks. Is it coming from this bottle? It says NH3. Well, that of course stinks. It's ammonia. Fun. Hey Junpei, do you think there are any slugs on the ship? Huh? Well, if there are, I think we could put some salt on them. What's she pointing at? The label states NaCl. Salt, huh? Do you think 7 will shrivel up if we put it on him? Hey, You say something? Jesse. Clearly, that's our call to action. Look like a can with a spray nozzle. Says CO2. So it's a can filled with carbon dioxide. Hey, Junpei, the dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf. Why don't you just say water? Junpei, there's a ball of iron powder on the shelf. How do you know it's iron? The label says Fe. Fe stands for iron, right? 7, 8, 9? I sure hope not. Alright, so 1 iron, 1 salt, 2 water, 3 carbon dioxide. That's troubling. I probably need more liquids. What do I do here? I got 2 liquids. Do I want to use them on the machine over here? Well, we can make... Can we make purple? Oh. Hey, the blue light turned on. And I heard noise. It sounded like something unlocking. Oh, lovely. No, I'm not gonna read that. Drink the liquid, no. No, Neko, I can't let the intrusive thoughts win. They literally gave an arm and leg for that joke. But, it's just Kool-Aid, clearly. You got a thing for Speed 7. Nice. Okay, can I combine red and blue? Yes, I can. It is just like Kool-Aid. This is some fun grape Kool-Aid that we could have right now. Yes, I figured that one out. I'm not gonna read that dialogue. Fake stomach, lovely. Yeah, just grape Kool-Aid. Never mix red and blue. It makes poison. Well, sip then. Okay, so... Looks appetizing and refreshing. I could use some right now, not gonna lie. Do I have to like manually combine them real quick? I can't do that. I can't do that.
Man, what a bunch of jokers.
I agree, Reaper, but the other Reaper. Of course, then we're left with this, which is... Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? I'm talking about that bottle. It says C2H5OH, right? It's ethanol. That's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. So, you're gonna drink it? Nah, I won't. What do you mean? That account is the account for all my Wooper children based. I have my own little Wooper army, so I approve. And yes, we have yet to meet Reaper, Retooper, and Rewumper. We need to see them in action. Might say that's what on label, but there could be anything in there. Do I have to add up everything? Okay, let's get a notepad here real quick. Considering they make a big deal out of all this, let's get this right. Okay, so One salt, I guess. One iron, I guess. They are not important. Clearly, you are the superior one as you have the higher numbers. Reaper and then Reapist. Also valid question there, Neko. Ammonia, so what? I don't know exactly what to get here for the code. Bottle of water, so that makes enough sense. Reapist and Reaper implies that there's one simply named Reaper. Reapist, the origin of the Reapers and the Reapist. Too powerful. Canister of carbon dioxide. So looking at this that I have, I wonder... So, I need a code, clearly. And that code, I guess, is... Alright, hear me out. I'm gonna try something completely random. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is... 5... 8... Oh, I can't do 13, never mind. Oh well. I was gonna try to big brain it and say like, yeah, clearly this is the what is it, the Fermi number? It's something like that. I don't know. Reapist is your sister and Reapist your granddad. That's actually a perfect translation. I love that. That's great. Okay, not sure what to do here. One atom. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so let's go by this. Okay. So there's an emphasis on the numbers here. So iron is one atom. Iron, one atom. Okay. Random number generator said 519. All right, hold on. Okay. Nope. We tried. 11 to 12 Planteras? Oh my gosh. No, that's terrible. That is genuinely terrible. Alright, NH3. So, nitrogen is 1. And then hydrogen is 3. But yeah, that's so sad there, Reaper. I'm so sorry. Oh yeah, no, getting the, whatever the sword is, whatever it's called from Martian Madness on your second UFO is really good. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Ethanol, so... So ethanol is dual carbon. It's 6 hydrogen and 1 oxygen. Okay. Wait, I skipped that text. What the? What? 7? Oh my gosh, what the hell, 7? Yeah, I'm with you, Clover. 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen, so water is 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen. He's starting to get horny and I hate it. CO2, so... Okay... So, carbon dioxide is made of 1 carbon and 2 oxygen. Did I get... I did not get this, so then salt is 1 sodium and 1 fluoride atom. What does all this mean? I guess we have to add them up if I were to guess. In what way? Not entirely sure. Okay, I guess if we're going off of this, what we want to put in is how many of each of these there are. So carbon dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol, I think. Oh, wait, no, I get it. What it is it's the total number of the atoms. So what it is carbon dioxide is made of 3. So we want to put 3. And then ammonia is made of 4. And then finally what we have is ethanol, which has a lot, to say the least, adding up to 9. Look at that! Alright, I was a little slow there, but we got it. Oh boy! Fake right arm and a fake heart, just like Undertale. Do you think we should go back? You got 1 number, right? You know what? We take those, Rube. Your random number generator got 1/3 of it correct, which is more than I got, I'm pretty sure, so we take those. Yeah, I think that's probably best. Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that 7 wasn't following suit. Hmm? Hey, 7, what's up? Oh, well... He looked up at Junpei distractedly, then went back down at the brown bottle he held cupped in his large hands. Is that a medicine bottle? I got curious about it. Here. In response, 7 tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted it around to read the label. Ethylene diamine tartrate. Yeah, that's right. It's EDT. What kind of medicine is that? It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial stink detergent. Why would they have something like that here? Well, probably to clean stuff up. Clean what up? Heck if I know. Still, looked like it cleaned my brain up. Junpei looked up from the bottle. You remember something? Yeah. 7 nodded slowly and spoke. Well, I remember a story about EDT. It happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it sell as an industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. That just made them to sort of mutation of the original crystals called a hydrate. Once the crystals turn into a hydrate though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory decided to dump the crystals as a hydrate. They were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day... Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I have hydrated. Also, I'll get back to chat once I get a stopping point in here. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They've been making crystals the same way, and with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. Yep, very relevant, Rube. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like, man, how do I say it? You mean like it was infected with a virus or something? Seven shook his head. No, not like that. It spread like wildfire. It showed up in labs that were completely isolated from the rest of the world. It even started happening to crystals that were completely sealed up. Doesn't seem like it could have been a result of this stuff coming in contact with other samples. And, well, I guess it is some sort of inflammation. Like, the crystals were transmitting this information all across the world somehow. What information? How to make new crystals. Someone had to tell the stuff how to do it, right? Like, it just whispered to the EDT in the tank. Hey, if you do this, you can take in water molecules. Oh, come on, man, that just... I mean, who is this someone anyway? Someone you can't see? Someone who exists all over the world? You mean like, a god? Or maybe the devil? Seven grinned, as Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next. Clover's shrill voice pierced the room. Hey, what are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here! Okay, we're coming. Jeez. Seven looked at Junpei. Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. Might be useful someday. Don't forget it. That cryptic remark turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he'd just heard. Information being transmitted invisibly. Could such a thing really happen? Well, thinking about that crap isn't going to help me right now. We need to figure out how to get the hell out of here first. He took a deep breath, tried to clear his mind, and followed after Seven. So the only weapons you need for Zenith are the Horseman's Blade, the Star Wraith, and the Meowmer. Good luck with the Pumpkin Moon, you're gonna need it. You just got Traveling Merchant and he's selling the Companion Cube again. Doesn't hurt to have two. I mean, you have the money for it, after all. If you didn't have the money for it, I'd wonder how the hell you spent 850 platinum coins in Terraria. What do you mean I'm broke? You know, I'm not even surprised. Hold hard bet. Okay, so we've collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. So the ones we've got must be for Lucy, right? Yeah. Seemed like it. Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections? Nope. Agreed. Alright, let's get started. Combine! Brilliant. Hey, nothing happened. That thought. Maybe it's the wrong way. Wait. Yeah, well. You know how there's a scale on the side of the bed? Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number. How are we gonna do that? I think we're supposed to swap her body parts with John's. Oh, let's give it a shot. Operating instructions. The screen will display 2 medical mannequins. You can switch their body parts by selecting the part you want to switch out. Oh boy. I assume I have to get them to the same weight. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was gonna look at. Medical record. Also, good Reaper. You can never have too many companion cubes. So, do I want them to be the same? I assume I want them to be the same. Or maybe reverse them? I don't know. I'm gonna pull this up real quick on my other monitor. Sorry about the constant game pausing, by the way, that's just because I keep tapping out. Alright. So, with this pulled up... Oh boy, this is gonna suck, isn't it? If I need them to be the same way... Oh boy. I mean, that makes it a little lighter. Oh, that's so close. That's so freaking close. What other things can we do? Let's reset. So what I need to do is I need to take 2.5 kilograms off of... No, I need to... I can't make them even. So do I have to swap their weights? Because maybe I can make them even. I don't think so, though. Because one of them's odd. So let me try swapping their weights instead. So I need John to be 51. Let's just swap everything. Or wait. It's that easy to swap them out. So what's my goal here? Yeah, that did not help me. So swapping them is as easy as doing that. So that's clearly another goal. So I guess, well, looking at the weight of these, it is possible to swap the weight or to make them even, I think. So this is gonna be weird though, cause there's some that are, yeah, less than 0.5 in weight. That removes 0.4. What happens if I swap this? Oh, you are kidding me! Oh, you are kidding me! I'm 0.1 kilograms off. 1.1. Oh, misery. You have spike balls, gun, sword, and 3 potions, and armored discount card, and you're ready to fight God. Good luck, mostly to your computer. It's gonna need it, Reaper. But yeah, 0.1, I'm pissed at that. So what I need to do is... I don't know. If I swap that and maybe swap that. 0.1 again! Oh my gosh, wait, the legs are not the same. Okay, let's see here. What if I swap these? Those actually aren't that... Yeah, so that's only a difference of 0.2. If I swap that, I'm close. So what I need to do is now add on to this 0.9 kilograms. No. I need the difference to be an even number. Because I don't think I can remove... If I remove 5, if I remove 0.5 from John, which, can I do that? No, it just lands me back in this position. To your computer. I mean, yeah, the pumpkin moon is freaking intense. It breaks computers. I hate it. Oh, gosh. Okay, so I'm just going to assume clean the dust and it'll be 1 kilogram less. Honestly, I might have to whip out the cleaning solution that Seven was discussing earlier. Okay, so let's check something real quick. Alright, so the weights of these, their current weights don't actually add up. So let's try something different. All of the weights, okay, so I just noticed this a minute ago. The weights in the medical documents are not what they are here. So I need to figure out, wait, if I just like, that was easy. I just had to realize that I was not trying to make them even, but I was trying to get the right weights, which is very simple. Ignore my fumbles at trying to solve puzzles because I don't puzzle well at all. Hey, Junpei, I heard something. It came from John's operating table. We better check it out. We should probably still clean all this stuff off. I mean, we're probably gonna get COVID or something from whatever's been rotting down here. Huh? The lid on scale. Hey, it opened. Oh, I get it. It must have opened because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. Yeah, don't get tunnel vision. Anyways, now that I've stopped being tunnel visioned, it's time. Hey, hold on. Junpei stopped, about to put the key in the doorknob. What's up? What, Clover? Huh? Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. God damn it, where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute, I'll go get her. Third thing. Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back into the operating room. He found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin. Hey Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here. She didn't respond. She went to get the milk. Oh no. Funnily enough, I won't say much other than this, but there's a place there's an escape room where you could possibly find milk, so I believe she'd somehow end up there. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead. What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John? It wasn't the best joke, but it was something. An attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still. That's a tongue twister, and said nothing. Hey Clover, can you hear me? Perhaps it's something he said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly, her mouth opened, and she whispered in a dry, dead voice. My brother might be dead. Huh? That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next. Welcome on in there, Smashers. Hopefully you're doing well. I also appreciate using my full username. Nobody does that. I wonder why. There's clearly no reason why nobody does. But seriously, welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing well. Really the less than wise. That's the more less blunt way of putting it, I would say. Although my username is that for a reason. By the way, welcome on in, Thunder yourself, and thank you for the hydrate. So Smashers, are you a fan of 999? I assume so. Although I have not played it in such a long time, so much of this game is basically brand new to me, which is nice. Suddenly, the operating room felt very, very cold. What are you talking about? What's wrong with you? He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Let's just get out of here. We've got the key. Let's use it. That cool with you? Yeah. Clover nodded, almost imperceptibly. Still, Junpei was glad to see she's at least somewhat responsive. Then it's time to go. He put his hand on her shoulder and guided her to the preparation room. As they arrived at the door, she suddenly stopped. I'm sorry. What was this? Why was she apologizing? Junpei wasn't sure what to make of her. Was she emotionally unstable? I cannot speak right now. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. Was she emotionally unstable because her brother had gone missing? I'm really sorry. Just forget everything I told you, okay? Don't worry about it. Really, I mean it. How could anyone pretend not to hear something like that? But something told him this wasn't the time to press the issue. Junpei gave her the warmest kind of smile he could manage. Alright. Thank you. Her smile was weak. It was almost painful to watch. Damn, what the hell took you guys so long? Seven looked up as they walked into the room, clearly irritated. You playing doctor in there or something? Maybe? Jealous? Seven avoided answering the question. So he is jealous. Interesting. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool? You don't need to keep asking. Just do it, alright? Fine then. Well, you like my voice for 7? Cause if so, good. It's the most unique voice I've done in any kind of live stream voiceover. Unstableable. That's a very good word, I think, to represent my lack of English skills. He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. Well, I'm glad I can pack some surprises in, because again, most unique voice I have done in any context. And also probably very terrible accent. I apologize to anyone who I may offend. Yeah, there's the right spelling right there. The unstableable, but spelled with the Y. Because as we all know. Which quote is it? Is it number 1? Yes, it's number 1. As we all know. Yep, alright. Unstableable, yep. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There's no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there's no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. And that was it. Alright, let's get going. 4 pumpkins, no sword. Oof. I'm so sorry, Reaper. My speaking skills are pretty unstableable, as one could even put it. Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy? You know, get a little excited. Not really. Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway. My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next. Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead and that she is likely to follow him. Like hell I can. Not after hearing something like that. I found it! After some very big brain farts. They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked. Here too, huh? Every door in this place is locked up tight. How about that one? The final door was hidden in a corner of the hall. Yep, Reaper, get ready for the grind. I hope you can get it before your computer dies. And because too many items in Tray have very low drop rates, it's very tragic, honestly. Rod of Discord. May as well give it a try. Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover. Jumpy! Huh? He spun around. He saw someone running toward him from the other end of the hallway. Why did 1% to 12%? Where in there does it land? Rube, that's actually a good question. It's because the way you get it is through playing an event that lasts a set amount of time, and the odds of getting it increase as you go on, basically. That's a kind of simplification of it, but that's why it's a range. So basically, the longer Reaper does it, and the more he succeeds at it, the more likely he is to get it. Yeah. Ooh, congrats to your friend. We love technology. There are 3 people coming toward Junpei and his companions. June? And Santa and Lotus, too! They pulled up in short in front of Junpei, breathing hard. Whoa! What the hell's this? What are you doing here? What? But we didn't. Before he could finish, Clover spoke. Hey guys, could you come take a look at this? She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. Look on the wall here. There's something on the wall at the end of the hallway. Santa Claus? Yes, that's everyone in the Soul Thunder, everyone chose a code name in this to, hide their real names, except for Junpei. Someone spoiled Junpei's name, and so he doesn't get a code name. But everyone here has code names. So there's Seven who took it literally. There's Clover, Santa. Yeah, so they're all using code names except for Junpei. Yeah, Seven is a code name. It's the best code name. It had the most effort and thought and put into it, and I'm a big fan of it. A map of the ship's interior. It says C deck. So, it's a map for this floor then. Door 7 and Door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway. Yeah, Lotus is a dancer. She's a character. I don't know why she has to have that kind of outfit, but she can do whatever she pleases, I guess. Whenever someone says 7 as name, you think of Little Nightmares. I know the main character is called 6, so is that why, or is there another character called 7? Or am I wrong on that, the main character being 6? Belly dancer, but that has extra flair. Yeah. So, Lotus, thanks, Lotus. That's my conclusion. In fact. Yeah, isn't that what I said? We ain't gonna be split up permanently till we find the door 9. We might get separated for a while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to open door 9. That's how the non-airy game works. I see. Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. Wait a sec. Hey, could this lead to? As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness. Oh, you've gotta be kidding me. By the way, another thing is everyone has watches with numbers on them. I'm not gonna go too much into that right now, but they base their nicknames off of the numbers on their watches. So Clover is 4 because, like, 4-leaf clover. Lotus is because lotuses have 8 legs, and her thing is is 7. Take a guess it's 8. Sorry. Take a guess what the 7's watch says. Oh, 7 in Little Nightmares DLC. Okay, gotcha. I haven't heard much of the Little Nightmares DLC, but I've heard a lot about Little Nightmares itself. 7.5. Exactly, Mystery. Clearly you've been paying attention. We may as well go. Yeah. They moved as one for the door. Oh, almost forgot. We should keep this. He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall. 7 Santa. Santa's comes from sun, which is 3 in Japanese. So he took sun and then Santa. For whatever reason. That's his logic. 7 is 7. Yeah, 7 is 7. You get the spider egg that had same chance as the sword. Oof. Reaper, that's an oof moment. And yeah, that is actually a pretty fun code name to use. 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5. Ready? I'm gonna open it. Slowly. All 5 nodded, their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. 2 is Snake, 'cause Snake Eyes. And Snake is currently MIA. They poured into the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each of them knew where they were. I knew it. They were just where the map had said they would be. We're back. In the hospital room. Snake is currently MIA. He disappeared while they all split up to search for something, and we don't know where he is. Well, I remember where he is, but I refuse to spoil that, because where's the fun in that? But he's been MIA for a while now, and also Clover is Snake's sister, so that's unfortunate. Oh yeah, and then Ace drugged himself to incapacitate himself. So, shoutouts to my homie Ace. We miss him. Actually, wait, he should still be here, right? Okay, so, another quick clarification, Thunder. There's 7 people, okay? And only 6 people continue on, so Ace sacrificed himself, quote unquote. He isn't dead, but he took a pill to knock himself out. So that they couldn't try to drag him along. Oh yeah, he is literally talking right now. We don't talk about what happened to 9. So remember I mentioned the watches thing? You have to do math with the watches in order to go through doors, and if the numbers don't add up, you can't go, and the math wouldn't allow for all 7 people to go through. Only 2 groups of 3 with 1 left over could maximize the amount. Mystery, no! No, stop, Mystery! Stop! No! No! That's so bad! Oh no! No, Mystery! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, Ace is back at least while he's awake. Yeah, we just got back to the room where we split up, Thunder. So Ace here, who incapacitated himself, he's still here. He's actually talking, so that's good. That's our beloved boy, Ace. The 6 of you split up into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors. He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. Oof, Reaper. Yeah, Mystery, he was tricked by Zero apparently, but also he was kind of dumb for all of that. He was panicking. Who knows why he did what he did. We're gonna find out eventually, though. Yeah, big rips to 9, but oh well. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report. At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though. Ace shook his head with a rueful smile. Well, we saw each other again, and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough. Seven smiled. Anyway, I say we gotta get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need. The key? Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right. Right, Junpei? Yeah. Junpei nodded. Ah, the solar system keys. We found a couple more in the laboratory and kitchen. Here, the Earth key and the Saturn key card. And with that, she pressed them into Junpei's hand. The metal key had the Earth symbol on it, and the key card had the Saturn symbol on it. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way, it won't be my fault if it gets lost. Yeah, I'm on it. Not like she has any place she could hold on to it. I don't know how she is holding on to them to begin with. Unless she's just carrying them around, which would get annoying. Junpei felt slightly less than honored. Now we have 3 keys that we haven't used yet. Yeah. The Jupiter key that we found in the operating room. The Earth key that Lotus just gave me. And the Saturn keycard that Lotus said was in the kitchen. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up. The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long straight hallway, right? Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then next to the stairs... Wait. They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words. What about door 3? Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It just leads us back to the big old hospital room. There's no point in seeing what's on the other side of that door. There's a point. At least there's for me. There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. 7 looked everywhere in the room, except at Clover, and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Nick might be on the other side of those 3. Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace. Very well, I'll be coming with you then. Have a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So, 7, you'll help me, won't you? Huh? Me? Junpei did the calculation quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last he gave up. Damn. I guess that's how it's gonna be. I'm just going with you, huh? Yes, you are. Alright, let's get moving. And so it was decided that Clover... the 7 accent kicked in. And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond door 3. Okay, we're heading out. Be careful. Whoa, didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus. Don't let it get to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door. Ah, the truth comes out. 7 nodded, as if this answer made much more sense, and pulled the lever on the red. I'm pretty sure, Reaper, if you have weapons from Moon Lord's weapons from previous drops, you will be less likely to get them repeatedly. So make sure to keep any Moon Lord drops you get in your inventory. Okay, we're off. The door opened and Ace, Clover, and 7 jumped through it. I mean, that's a good thing for trying to get the 2 swords. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily. Alright, we should get moving too. Huh? Get moving? Where are we going? Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused. Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain. Oh, I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key. Yes, if we're lucky, we might find Snake. They were at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms. I, I'm gonna be honest with how much being forced to talk with Seven's accent, it felt almost like a cruel joke because of how difficult it was for me to keep it consistent. But I'm glad to know that it was a memorable accent, so don't worry, he'll be coming back, and I will resume having to torture myself by trying to do that. And hey, come VLR, I'll try to think of another funny accent to do. Hopefully different, I don't know. I don't know why that's the one accent that I'm confident in doing. I hate it. I really hate that. A routine that just makes me speak like my 7 accent. Oh, that would be awful. That would be actually pretty funny, but pretty awful. Oh, gosh. Oh, Thunder would have a heyday with that one, that's for sure. I do need more not game-specific redeems, honestly, so maybe I will do that if there's enough demand for it. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I have hydrated. Oh boy, I'll consider. Alright, I'll consider your idea there, Reaper. Making me do it for a whole stream. No, oh my gosh. I foresee, if I were to make that a thing, a very unpleasant streaming experience. A very funny one. A very, very funny one. Which would make it worth it, but very unpleasant. My one voice. Look, I have slight variations here and there, but that is the one accent for some reason that just came to me when I saw the kind of person 7 was, and I don't know why I just immediately stuck to it. I don't know. You know, at one point, a long time ago, someone said I had a British accent. Which is weird. I've never had a British accent, by the way. But someone thought I did. So that was pretty funny. Shulk. I'll learn how to do a British accent just for the Redeem too. Make me speak in Shulk Xenoblade. Clearly the best accent. What a bunch of geezers. Gosh, the way they say geysers is so cursed. I've heard geezers so much it almost sounds wrong to even hear geysers, which makes it 1,000 times worse. Oh gosh, alright. They're at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms. A British accent with a bowl of water. Sound good. Sorry, my brain just shut down there. Oh gosh. Oh no. A Sword and Shield playthrough would absolutely demand a pure British accent. That's for sure. Sorry, my brain just shut down there. I apologize greatly. I'm glad I can curse everyone here. Yeah, let's continue butchering the accents together. Everyone can get in the fun of the suffering. And here's the Jupiter symbol on the keyhole. Alright, Junpei, open it, if you please. Yeah, on it. Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid it into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Junpei sucked in a breath, held it, and opened the door as quietly as he could. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase. Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea? What do you mean? Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking if there's any reason we came back here. Of course there's reason. Of course there's reason. Man, sometimes I just can't tell if you're smart or just lucky. Huh? This. Junpei pulled out 2 things out of his pocket. The Saturn key card and the Earth Key. I'm lost. Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. After several long moments during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him. Don't you remember, Santa? On C-Deck, where we are now, there's a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there's a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A-Deck, on the door to the left, there's a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it. Santa, I am confusion. Santa's not the sharpest tool in the shed, it's okay. So, the two keys that Jumpy has should let us use the elevator and the door on A-Deck. Huh. Yes, that is right. June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa. Alright, I got it. Let's get started then. Well, come on in, Subtle Pup. It's code name, and it's because he likes the number 3 a lot. Also, white hair. White hair works. He's also the son of Santa, that too. You know, the white hair is a big tell, that's for sure. Alright, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you two can search Saturn, alright? Sounds good, then you guys should take this key. Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. Shoutouts to whenever there's the brackets there. When I first started playing this, I kept instinctively trying to do my big shot voice. But yes, I think it's more funnier to refer to Spamton as Big Shot. But still, that was great. They decided that their initial search should be brief. We have no idea what's on the other side of these, so don't go too far. Just search 10 minutes and come back. Plan decided, the 2 teams split up. Well, Reaper, that just means you'll have more points for Friday, when you'll be able to redeem it again when we play some more Splatoon 3. But for now, we need to deal with the murder mystery game. The murder being, you know, having a blast, so to speak. Sorry that I stole your joke, Mystery. Junpei and June headed for the elevators. There's a card reader next to the left elevator. Or you could, Reaper. Alternatively, I could increase the price next Monday and just go wild. You never know what I could do. Then, let's try out the Saturn key card. The light on the upper left corner blinked to life. Great, looks like it's working now. Alright, now how do I call the elevator? Increase the price and you'll stream snipe me in Splatoon. Reaper, you don't want to be on the receiving end of my glugas. I'm just short of 5-starring them, and I think it shows. If you make the rules unfair, we don't need to play your game. It's not the non-airy game. Fair enough, Mystery. I can't exactly force you to do anything within a 9-hour span. We'll see what happens come Monday, where I will be continuing under the story. Fun little fact, Reaper. Dapples don't like the splash wall. In fact, they really don't like the splash wall. Guess what the glucose has? Anyways, oh, it only had the upside down triangle on it. I guess there's no up button. Well, we might as well try pushing this one. The door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator moved down. You know, instead of stream sniping, you could just queue in with me during the stream and play, since I'll probably be doing open. That too works. Reaper tried the wiper shreds objects because it can. It can, in fact, shred objects. I have a good track history against vipers, though. It opened! Look, Jumpy! June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety. Sweet, it opened. Let's get going. He grinned at June and stepped toward the open door. Just kind of figure and have a better matchup. See, the real skill is shown when you manage to win despite having a disadvantage matchup. Therefore, if Reaper does counterpick me, I hope Reaper's prepared to feel the shame of losing a matchup where Reaper has the advantage. We'll just have to see, I suppose, Reaper. It used to be 800. I could always revert the price change. As he grinned at June and stepped toward the door. Or he grinned at June and stepped toward the door. As he was about to set foot in, he felt a hand on his arm. Yes, I've had that happen before, Thunder. Last time someone asked me to reduce the price of something, I increased the price of that reward by 1. That was pretty great. Yeah, if I'm playing Anarchy Open, we could still queue together, but series, nah, that wouldn't happen. Wait. What? I'm really not just, oh gosh. Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of... Can you guess which one it is? Admittedly, I'll say this much. I'm not great against ink brushes, but I could probably still take the win pretty nicely. Rainmaker's great. I love it. My least favorite one is probably Splat Zones, honestly. I don't like Splat Zones very much. Or maybe Tower Control, one of those two. A lot of people really like Rainmaker. I know Rainmaker is Thunder's favorite after all, so that's not surprising. After a little thought, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous about being locked up in such a small space alone with the boy. Well, he'll be all alone in here. Anyway, it is kinda cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another. At least, they didn't have to be still. It was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was. Junpei? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing important. Clams is pretty fun. I actually like Clams a lot. Yeah, Rainmaker's great. In my opinion, everyone's entitled to your own personal opinion. Wait, subtle pup. Wait. It doesn't hurt to have multiple favorites. That's what I'm gonna go with, Reaper. And yeah, zones can be rough on a lot of maps for that reason. Again, he stepped toward the elevator. Tower Control, my favorite. I think Subtle Pup is actually just really indecisive. Either that, no. Subtle Pup's contrarian. That's what Subtle Pup is now. And you know what? I respect it. He said, wait a minute. Why? Aren't you afraid, Jumpy? Afraid of what? Well, I've never, you know. It's your first time? She'd never been in an elevator with a man alone before? Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed. Subtle Pup not being subtle about this. True, Thunder. Ranked my beloved. Turf War my detested. And ranked as my beloved until I start losing, in which then ranked my detested, along with Turf War. And then it's Salmon Run, until I start losing there, in which then Salmon Run my detested. And then I return to my Cephalopod origins. Anarchy always my detested, also very valid mood there, Reaper. I might get wet. What? Down there, I get soaking wet. Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. By the way, I'm gonna say this now. There's a couple people here in stream who are missing very important context on what is bad to happen. And the people who know the context, please do not say it, because that's going to make this 22,000 times better for the people who don't know. I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else. That's true. You don't mind? Mind what? Getting wet? Well, I don't know. I think I'd probably, like it. Gosh, Jumpy, you're so brave. Really? I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, What happens, right? If you get a chance, you just gotta go for it. That's what a man's gotta do, I guess. You're so cool, Jumpy. I really admire you. That doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you ought to admire someone for. Yeah, those who don't realize are gonna figure it out. I'm really scared. Yeah, I mean, like you said, you've never done it before. Yes. So I don't think I'll be able to last very long, then it'll be over. Over? Yes, I'll go to heaven. A heaven? It feels kind of like you're floating in space and your mind gets all buzzy, like when you pass out. This is so good, Rube. At least that's what I've heard from people who have experienced it. Yes, I've heard that too. Although, I don't think this is the same thing happens to guys. Well, what? Huh? But, it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? It would happen to anyone. Once it gets into your body, the same thing happens to everyone. They did, Rube. They absolutely did, and I'm glad that you've caught on to what they're saying. Again, very important context that's being missed here, and I'm doing my best to hold back laughter, but I'm failing. Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man. I mean, generally. Yes, it does. Well, eventually it will. It's not like you have a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it eventually. What are you... I'm losing it. I'm losing it, chat. What are you trying to do to me? Nothing. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just saying that's what happens. It's like a logical reaction to what you're experiencing. Is that so? Then it's only natural? Is that what's natural for living beings? Perhaps you've been mistaken all these years, and he misunderstood life so gravely. The thought terrified him. Jun seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror. I know most men probably have larger lungs, but even then I don't think you could hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually you'd have to breathe and then the water would get into your lungs. Once that happens, your body won't be able to get to oxygen anymore, and you'll start to feel that floaty feeling as you pass out. Swimming! And Thunder guessed right. Because for those who don't know the context, the bottom half of the ship is currently flooded. And we haven't gotten to that plot point in a long time now, so, yeah. The writers were absolutely having a heyday with that, that's for sure. Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what June was trying to say and why she was so scared. Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long. See? She's afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks. Come think of it, the lower floor, D-deck, is completely underwater. An elevator heading into a submerged floor. That is pretty scary. Reaper, that was the point of the writing. Unfortunately. Hey, wait a minute. This elevator come from somewhere under us, right? Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise like it was moving and then it opened. Yeah, exactly. Yes. So, take a look inside. Junpei jerked his head towards the interior of the elevator. It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even floor are totally dry. Oh, you're right, they are. She looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed. Well, let's test it. Test it? Yeah, watch this. Now, I'll just put one foot inside the elevator and look over at the buttons. Oh, there's only two. E and C. Alright, I'll push E. He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. I think I can hear it opening on D-deck. Okay, that's done now. Just press the button again. A few moments later, the elevator returned. Yep, not a single drop of water to be seen. A few moments later. You know, the few moments later, it's, I can't think of a good joke to defend myself here. I accept defeat. Yeah, the fake outs are really predictable, but the writers were absolutely having a heyday, and I appreciate that effort. A quick note, if you will. Exactly. And nothing to write home on either. Well played, mystery. Well played. See? Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. June, however, still looked confused. What does that mean? How can E-deck be safe if the D-deck is full of water? Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft in E-deck must be watertight, separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you. He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration. I see, so that is why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it from all filling with water? Yeah, that's what I think is going on. Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and zipped it into his back pocket. So, I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, alright? But... Come on, just do it, alright? He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, then hopped onto the elevator. He pushed the button and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as she was trying to make a decision when suddenly... I'm coming with you! Huh? At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors. Hey, wait! Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late. There's a storage unit that I frequently visit and to like deal with putting stuff away and getting stuff out as needed, and the elevator there has it has specific warnings not to mess with the elevator. Literally, apparently, if you were to press the open or close door buttons prematurely, it just causes the elevator to break down and stop working, which is just wild to me. Why did that happen? Yep, just two people, 2 adults, a man and a woman in an elevator, possibly about to get really soaking wet right now. It's gonna be quite the journey, let me tell you. The door had shut, and he and June were in the elevator, and it was headed down to the E-deck. He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on the E-deck. I can't just let you go alone, you know? Jeez. The elevator stopped and the door slid open. They tentatively stepped out and looked around. Looks normal. No fish going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out and her mouth a tiny, intense frown. Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here. I love Junpei's sense of humor. Very, very good. June looked around nervously then. Ha! Exhaled. You're right. It's not flooded at all. See? But there's a whole lot of water. Yeah, right on top of us. What's going to happen if the ceiling breaks? Junpei thought about that for a moment. Well, we'd probably get really wet up there. Huh? At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around here. Lotus and Santa might already be back. Okay, good idea. Now then, Junpei glanced around the room they found themselves in. First thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one. Iron bars. Well, we can't go over there. Right. Then maybe, in the corner of the room that has the elevators, Junpei found an opening. Well, he walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner. It looks like there's a long straight hallway down this way. Something's written on the door at the end. Wait, is that? Let's check. Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Well, if they had one more person that could, with a convenient, 10 number, they could get through there. I mean, 5 plus 1 equals 6. Well, before long, they found themselves in front of a door. On it was a number written in big red paint. 6. I knew it. This is a numbered door. And indeed, there was a red bolted right next to the door. But we can't do anything with only the 2 of us. We'd better head back and let everyone know. Yes! Junpei and June turned and headed back to C-Deck. Wait, what's this? On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall. Is this the map for E-Deck? I should take it with me. So you guys found door 11. Or door 1. I don't know, I thought that said 11, not gonna lie. I blame the brackets. The map with Santa and Lotus who had explained what they'd found. Apparently there's another numbered door on A-Deck, just like the one on E-Deck, beyond the door that the Earth Key had opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there's a 1 on the door. Door 111. Getting some Fallout vibes now. I should play Fallout 76. Not 76, no. I meant Fallout 4, not Fallout 76. Never touching that game. But I should play Fallout 4. Oh no, Reaper, what happened? So, now we've located 2 new doors, the 6 door and the 1 door. It is interesting that E-Deck wasn't flooded. Subtle Pup, just look up Fallout 76 and you'll know what's wrong with 76. I don't know, Thunder, but I don't really want to know after the disaster that was 76. Your teammate was bringing the Rainmaker to our base and staying there? They were trolling, Reaper. I hate that, and I am very sorry you had a teammate doing that. Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought. Well, we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator. If you're in the lead, then it would make sense. Okay, so they weren't trolling. I did not give your teammate the benefit of the doubt, but that means they're just stalling for Time Reaper, which is annoying, but I guess it works if your team doesn't just hand the Rainmaker over on a platter. Yeah. It works sometimes. Also, this is going on auto. I don't know how to stop it. How do I stop it? There we go. I did not mean to do that. Oh well. Did you get KO'd because of it, Reaper? Because if so, that's tragic. Alright. Okay, you said the 6th door was there, right? Yes. Then that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior. It is pretty mind-blowing when you think about it. Yeah, I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost. It would have been a ton, that's for sure. Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash. Yes, it does make some sense. That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. Yeah, Rube, that's an oof moment right there. Oh, by the way, you know what, that reminds me, so I'll be getting follower emotes soon on Twitch. So if you have any fun images related to any games I've played on stream that you think could work as fun follower emotes, post them in my Discord server, and I'll take a look and consider some things to add on in. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing. Yeah? I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here. June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes. Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already. Well, Junpei and I should be able to open door 1. Huh? You guys leaving me behind? 8 plus 6 plus 5 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. Just kidding. Alright, let's go. Lotus words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they all went. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room. Hey, where the hell did you guys go? It was Seven. Seven? Ace. Over. Ace was right behind him, and Clipper was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back. What's wrong? It looked as though there's something strange about them. Seven had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at Seven. What happened? What the hell kind of question is that? Seven was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strained. Snake is... Seven couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke. Snake is dead. He died just as the ninth man did. With a bang. It was as if all there had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he's having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three were frozen in place, their faces white. Oh my god, that's not true, is it? We should make sure. Yeah, right, we should. They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door. Wait, not that way. What? Why not? They stopped short and turned to look at Seven. He's pointing at the door with no number. I stuck a screwdriver in there, just to keep the door from closing out the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way. Where is he? The shower room, on the left side of the hallway. I put a boom in there to keep the door open. That means we can get in without going through the numbered door, right? Yeah, that right. Then let's go. Their new destination cleared, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall. This wasn't open when we passed here before. But now, just as Seven had said, there's a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open. Well, let's keep going. They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside. Well, that's probably the point, Pup, considering what we're about to find. Ugh, this smells horrible. Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut. Yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke. It was just as bad as they said. Perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat to pound against the entrance to his stomach. Ugh. He put his hand over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged. Where is he? Where's Snake? They didn't have to wonder where the boy was. There was blood everywhere. A few arms of the splatter reaching toward them as they walked into the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider. June, you should stay here. But please, do me a favor, okay? Alright? He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole, turned and walked toward the end of the divider. I'm going in. It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hand on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck in there as they dried. Gobbles of yellowish fat had left trails of tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it. It's just like Ace said. Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own. It's just like the ninth man. Thunder, this is the remains of Snake, the person who went MIA. He joined the ninth man, unfortunately. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. Oh god, the bone is coming out of his left arm. It's definitely an open fracture. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. By the way, I'm sorry for anyone who might just hop into this. This is the second time we've gone to very graphic descriptions. It's great, isn't it? His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. The face, it's horrible. You can't even tell who it is. Half of it's... you know what? I'm not reading that. You know, that's enough of these. No mistake about that. It's Snake. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained. and Junpei heard it catch her in her throat. Yeah, Reaper, everyone has currently digested a bomb, and okay, so here's a rule of the game to clarify for those who don't know. So, you have to have 3 to 5 people scan their watches into the door. They then have 81 seconds to go to the other side of the door and scan their watches again. If they don't get, if not every single person who scanned to open the door goes in and scans it on the other one, then anyone on the other side of the door will explode. Which means, yes, has anyone realized what that implies yet? If you need at least 3 people to enter there, then that means, can I pull it up? One second. Let's see if, I don't know if I can pull it up effectively real quick. One second. Can I? Not really. Among Us. There had to have been at least 2 other people that not only scanned in with Snake, but threw him in, left him alone, and let him blow up knowingly. Basically, there's someone among us that is an imposter. Not an imposter, suspicious. This door is number 3. And door number 3 is the only door that not everyone. If someone wanted to go through door number 3, you could not do doors 7 or 8. The leftover people would not be compatible. Or Snake was bluffing on his eyesight and through. Oh yeah, by the way, Snake was blind. Just a fun little fact. So there's ways as to why, or reasons as to why he probably was targeted. And yeah, this is a messed up game, Thunder. It's something I expected. My apologies for anyone who happened to be on here to see that. But that's the last of gore and Gore's descriptions for a while. I can promise you that much. You could get in. There's one combination that would allow you to get through door 3. Well, you never know what happens at the climax of these games. That's all I'll say. It could be the last one, admittedly. Or there could be something worse. Who knows? I don't actually remember much of any. I don't think there's any. I don't know. Don't trust anything I say, by the way. I could just be making stuff up. But yeah, poor Snake. Snake was he is honestly cool. I liked him a lot. Yeah, Reaper. I don't blame you. Go take some rest. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. How many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Or no matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there's a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her heart drooping listlessly onto her chest, or her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breath was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed using the same way the ninth man was. Seven lowered his head, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, Dude, and Lotus. Seven looked at each one of them in turn and continued, "It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it." The ninth man was someone who only appeared at the very start. He had a knife on him, and he basically threatened two people into complying in opening up a door, and he rushed in by himself under the impression that he would be fine and be able to get out for whatever reason. Apparently the mastermind lied to him about it, and he got the wrong impression, which means he essentially nuked himself immediately. So yeah. The people, anyone who doesn't enter the door but scanned in is fine, but only if all of the numbers are not verified past the door will the people in the door then, go kablooey, sadly. Yeah, Rube is right, unfortunately. This is not Until Dawn. There's not a happy ending for everyone in this game. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Oh wait, sorry, I said that wrong. I need to do the accent. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate the red on door 3. They then dumped him into it alone and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Well, I'm sure this is just the kind of game Alec would love to hear about, Reaper. Don't. I think this is quite opposite, in fact. Hopefully his stream goes well, though. When that door shut, it was all over for Snake, but he didn't give up. Probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everyone who authenticated it when they went in uses the dead. Snake was the only one who went through the door. And then 81 seconds after he was stuffed in, that happened. I see, so that's what you meant by killers. You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. So, the authenticator for the door is called Red. I don't remember what it's short for. Does it say here? I don't think it says anything about it here. But the red is the authenticator that they have to scan their watches to. Deactivation device, yeah. So they have to scan their watches into the red, and behind the door is the dead, and that's where they scan their watch to then deactivate the bomb. If not everyone activates all of their watches at the dead after the fact, then yeah. I don't know, I feel like someone here should say it. It doesn't. Yeah, the dead isn't on screen here, sadly. There's the red and then the dead. Who knows, maybe there'll be a redemption arc. You never know. It would be fairly fitting, if you ask me. I should play Red Dead Redemption 2. I've heard good things about it. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer. Yeah. That means we're looking at multiple perps here. Junpei crossed his arms and grunted. Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed? When we all split up to look for the pot for the Reds, I think. You can't really see it here, but by the 3 door, to the left of the 3 door, that little, like, brown bronze thing, that's the red, for clarification. It's hard to see, but that's the red. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone. And that means none of us have alibis. The Reds. By the way, at least, 7 wasn't the one who was killed, because that means you get to hear more of my brilliant 7 accent. 7 could be involved. Let's do the math here. So, let's say 7 and Snake were involved. Sorry, I just realized there's cracks forming in my Pro Controller. I'm actually really sad about that. That sucks. Damn. Oh well, I guess. I don't treat this thing poorly. Don't get me wrong, I treat this thing well. I don't even play with this thing with like Smash or Splatoon. I guess maybe I set it down a bit too abruptly, but like, damn. Or maybe that's just a really nasty scratch, I don't know. But still, what the heck? Either that's a really funky, like, scratch, or that's a crack, and I don't know which. I do not abuse my stuff, I promise. The explosion from Snake was so bad it damaged the controller. Oof, that's too real. Yeah, I am gaming too hard, I guess. Okay, that's off topic though. That's besides the point. Which, by the way, I do play all my PC games that use controllers with the Pro Controller. Yeah, so, math time. So, door number 3. What door number 3 would require is, if we had 7, we'd have 2, and we'd have 7, which equals 9, which means we need 2 other things, which is either Ace and another snake, which is impossible. We need Clover, or no, wait, no. We need Santa. We need Santa. I can't think of a 5-digit combination. First off, Santa and 7 would be possible culprits in that case. Digital roots. Okay, so this game's complicated. So the numbers on the door require math, but special math. You need the digital root, and you get the digital root by adding in all together the numbers. If the numbers reach double digits, you add in those numbers, and then you keep doing that until you get a single digit answer, and that's the digital root. For example, to get a digital root of 3, you would add 2 plus 7, which gets 9. Then you add 3, which gets 12. You add 1 plus 2, and you get 3. That's your digital root of 3, and you need that combination in order to open the 3 door. Two plus 4 plus 6. Yes, 2 plus 4 plus 6 would be pretty unlikely because that would require Clover, who is the sister of Snake, to do that almost willingly, which would be horrible. Or it would also require June to do it, and June doesn't seem like the person to do that. What things do you think it would explain? I'm curious to hear your reasoning. Nine plus 1 plus 3. That would get a digital root of 4, Thunder. So, because you get 13, plus 2. Yeah, 9 plus 1, that would require Ace. Wait, no, that wouldn't work because person who's 9 man is dead. And once you die, your watch becomes inactivated and doesn't work anymore. So you'd need to add up to 9. So you could have June and Santa. I don't know, it's weird. Realistically, hacking is out of the realm of the equation here. Nobody has the technology or tools to hack one of them. Yeah, it becomes deactivated. Thanks for the correction, Mystery. Cause this game requires special math, Reaper, to get through the doors. So realistically speaking, at least two other people here, and up to a maximum of 4 other people, went after Snake and intentionally killed him. Yeah, it's either Santa and 7 or June and Clover, and any other ones that could work. Because, let's see, up to 5 different people. So if we took, like, let's say, I don't know, thinking off the top of my head, if you took Snake, I don't know, I can't think that well off the top of my head right now, but there could be technically more than 2 killers here, I'm pretty sure. So who knows who the killers are. Then that means none of us have alibis. We are all off searching for the rooms we've been assigned, looking for those parts. Yeah, Junpei is 5 to clarify, for anyone who doesn't realize. And from our point of view, I can tell you, this game doesn't pull a Danganronpa V3. If you don't know what I'm referring to about, then I will not go into further detail. Yeah, cause, I mean, realistically, you add 5 and 2, you get 7, and then if you throw on 2 that, yeah, Clover and Ace, then you could do it, but why would Clover and Junpei, why would they do that? There's no reason to. Danganronpa is a game that is somehow way more morbidly dark than this game is. I recommend checking it out if you like grotesque viewings. Yeah, that means then one could be a killer. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? June seemed shocked. Yeah, June, who knows? June has personal connections with Junpei, so it's hard to say, but yeah, Clover wouldn't do it. We can see that she's been really bent up over it. How can you say that so casually? You're implying that one of us is a killer. Well, no, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers. How about that? Why don't you calm down a bit, 7? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know. Sometimes subtle pop, sometimes. Well, to be fair, they had checked every possible avenue as to where Snake could have been. If he got through those doors, there was only one way that he got through those doors, and we've all seen what that one way is. So it was pretty fair to assume that. Saying she is next is possibly paranoia. I wouldn't blame her if it was paranoia. Just to be honest. But also maybe she does know something we don't. That is a possibility. I mean, considering nobody had alibis during the time that Snake died, anything's game, really. Yeah, none of it really adds up. It's weird. The math doesn't add up. I can't believe it. What? Zero wants? Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero trying to make us fight against one another for that victory. Then you're saying that Zero trying to split us up by making us fight each other? Yes. Maybe June is evil. Who knows? I mean, I technically know, but that's knowledge to be left for viewers. Clover's the youngest there, so she's the easiest to spook and act out, excluding 9. 9's in his own league, so yeah. Clover's the easiest to, next easiest to threaten with. I mean, 9 did grab Clover and use her as a hostage for his thing, so I mean, clearly the game recognizes what you're saying, Mystery. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations. Then, does that mean the person who killed Snake? Yes, almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well? Good question. Oh, you have an idea, Thunder? 2 plus 1 plus 8 plus 7 plus 3. So you're basically saying... So you're saying, Rube, that literally everyone except for June and Junpei conspired against him. That's pretty great. I guess it's possible. Those ideas aren't inherently bad, but, the thing is, first off, there's no zero band. There's no zero band. There's 1 through 9, so 0 isn't a thing, and even if you did add them up, it would equal 1, based off of the digital root logic. And then but then you still add 2 to that and you get 3, so technically that works. And you would be right on that. Ace could do that if he had a zero band. If there is some sort of zero band that we don't know of, Ace could technically do that. But as it stands, no such thing like that exists. But yes, you got the idea though, Thunder. You have the right exact idea. Your math is not wrong. It's just we don't have the numbers for that. So good job, I'd say, Thunder, considering you're just learning about this stuff in the middle of this stream. Yeah, Rube, I'll be playing more of them. If you have any to suggest to me, please let me know. I will gladly play them. Junpei hadn't really considered that. If Zero killed Snake, then Zero is on the ship with us. Junpei. Was Zero still on the ship with them? Junpei wasn't sure. He wasn't sure. Something's still strange. Danganronpa is literally Ace Attorney but with high schoolers. Also, the punishment is death. It's Ace Attorney, but with death. I feel like there's some kind of math that actually, where that is a thing, Rube. Thunder's idea. It would actually make for an interesting twist too, being 1 plus 0 equals 10. But yeah, so that's basically the idea. So you're suspicious of Ace. Gotcha. Because nobody had mentioned that before. Everyone was focused on other stuff. Ace does seem fairly nonchalant about this. Yeah, he is. Also, Pup, it's not boring, trust me. I highly recommend Danganronpas 1 and 2. The V3 kind of sucks. But 1 and 2 are great. I recommend playing them. Yeah, Ace is surprisingly calm. Why? I don't know. He drugged himself knowing they'd come back. Maybe Thunder is on something. True, Thunder might be making some serious progress there. Well, the pill didn't like hurt him or anything. The pill was just a sedative, an anesthetic, not anesthetic, whatever it is, whatever you call it, the thing that knocks you out. That he knew that. He could have faked it. You're right, Rube. I mean, we never saw him take the thing. It was technically an injection shot. It was empty by the time he revealed it. He said he took it already, but he technically didn't have to have taken it. He could have faked passing out and then they left. And then he's alone. Well, by the time they went through the door, Snake was already MIA. So that would have been too late. Snake was already MIA by the time everyone left, and Ace quote-unquote knocked himself out, assuming that he did fake it. If you want to find out about that, so Pup, you'll just have to play the games. To see for yourself. V3 has a lot of issues, though. It's fine, but 1 and 2 are way better. Yeah, guess we'll just have to continue and see if Thunder's theory proves fruitful. Or maybe Clover really did just throw her own brother in. Who knows? Or maybe Seven's devious himself. Hard to say. What's that? Well, I'm just wondering about one thing. And what is that? How can you be so sure that Zero's on this ship? Ace's eyebrows shot up. Really, Junpei? I confess I'm a little disappointed. Usually you're rather sharp. Isn't it obvious? Wait, is it? It is? This ship. Huh? Zero said this ship several times when he addressed us. I am Zero, the captain of the ship. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave the ship alive. As you have no doubt surmised, this ship had begun to sink. If he weren't here, he wouldn't say this ship, would he? He'd be saying something like that ship or the ship. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. His explanation made perfect sense. Junpei felt a little foolish that he hadn't seen it himself. Still, he's left with a question, and it was one of no small importance. If Zero's on the ship, where is he? Suddenly, everyone went quiet quickly. Well, Subtle Pup, it's more gory than this game, but also less gory. It depends on the way you look at it. If you don't like gore, though, probably stay away from it a little. Ace buying the trust for real. He's on that grind. It is very possible they're pre-recorded. That is very fair point, Thunder. We don't know if they're pre-recorded or not. Everyone's seen this Zero when they are kidnapped, but other than that, they have no idea anything about him. And there's been no dynamic construction, so it's possible that Zero really is just pre-recorded or has pre-recorded all of that. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting, moaning sounds. And moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone. I think Zero is one of us. And that's the real bombshell. Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. If that's the case... Wait, first off, you know what this calls for. Second off, that means the killer could have... One of them could have killed Snake, and Zero could have killed Snake, and both would be true statements. Emergency meeting? Yes, there's an imposter among us. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces, the face of their jailer. But who? Was he one of them? What should I say, chat? Should I say that's possible or that's crazy? Which one? Zero would probably be just the number 0. Now, let's say in this hypothetical of this Zero Watch existing, a Zero Watch would be very powerful, would it not? Because that means you could add a person without adding to a counter. That would be pretty dang powerful. Theoretically. Alright, the first person said possible, so we're going with that. Well, that is possible. Huh? Like Clover said, Zero might be one of us. What are you saying, Jumpy? Didn't you hear what Ace said? Exactly, I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason. Has that written numerically? 1 and 0. True. Very fair points made by chat. The big brains happening right now in chat. We got the Ace detectives here. The new incarnates of Shuichi Saihara. the ace detective. That's a big moment indeed. Again, many big brains going on right now in chat. Potential big brains. You all could be completely wrong. Literally, completely 100% dead wrong. I'm not gonna say if you are or not, but you all could be deadpan way off from the truth. But, you know, you also could be dead on. Who knows? Or you could be lukewarm in terms of it. I don't know. Dead wrong. That wasn't intentional, but let's pretend it was to make myself sound cooler. No reason? I've got a great reason. And what is that? The bracelets. You're the only one it seems that thinks Ace is good. Well, maybe you're right, Rube. Maybe we should keep cheering on our bro Ace for taking one for a team. I do know how the game ends. You're right, Mystery. I've played this game 100% to completion. I've seen every single piece of dialogue. I've forgotten most of it, but I've seen every single piece of dialogue. And I know the general plot story, so I know what to expect. Clover could be hiding something, that is true. Rube is right on that. There's very high likelihood that Clover knows something, considering her paranoia about being the next one, so to speak. He held out his left arm. Why are the bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking Zero's hiding somewhere, watching us, right? If he does that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to. It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier, but if that's the case, then why'd the bomb set off by the detonator in the bracelet? You got a point. I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the non-area game. All of the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why's that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that? Junpei let the question hang in the air and looked at the others. Thunder, they were all sedated when they were captured, and Zero said that while they were all knocked out, Zero fed them the bombs, basically. And now the bombs are in their intestinal tracts right now. That is why. That is also a possibility, Thunder. Also, if Zero is 9, that would be a very unfortunate end to the Game Master. Why? Well, to make sure that, people are punished for their consequences, the consequences of them failing to, not break the rules of the game. They only have 9 hours to, get it off from the ship, so it's unlikely they'll be able to do their business in 9 hours. By the way, it's more like 4 hours by this point. Zero does have interesting methods, that's for sure. I assume, Mystery, the idea is that you can't escape the bomb no matter what. It might be easier to contain it in the watch, but there's no escaping that bomb. There is no way, which means tampering with the watch by default means no matter what you do, even if you got it off you, you'll end up dead. That too, the watches do technically survive because of the blast. So it might be nice to be able to use them. It was Santa who answered. So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right? Yeah. Junpei nodded. This is actually Season 4 of the non-area games. Oh gosh, not a rerun. Of course, next thing you know, Zero's gonna say, oh yeah, this is being broadcasted live to everyone on the outside. Have fun, lol. 7. When we were talking earlier, you said that any one of us could be Snake's killer, right? Yeah, something like that. Alright then, I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like, Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right? Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation. So, what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. I'm Zero, I'm the game master. You know? You might be on something. That might even be a moment right there, if you ask me. Whoever killed Snake equals Zero, hence Zero equals one of us. 7 and 8's theories are mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us. You never know. I can't say anything because, you know, the non-nerd game's still going on. Could be me, could be Ace, could be Clover. It could even be 9. Who knows? No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they believed him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke up. What were his motives? It could be you, it could be me, it could even be... oddly fitting in this situation, not gonna lie. Wait, you know what? Okay, wait, you know what I need to do real quick. Alright, hear me out, alright? Pulling up some music real quick. Where is it? There it is. And then there. Thank you for the hydrate. What were his motives? His motives? Yes, isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us? Oh well, that's because, Junpei choked. He hadn't thought of that, and he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea. I don't know. Lotus sighed. Well, so much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei. In other words, you only have circumstantial evidence. I don't really think that's enough to go on, you know? Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else to look at. Then, in that horrible silence, they heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. It's 3 in the morning. That means we have 3 hours left. Then we need to move, now. 7, Clover, Junpei, I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you? You're right, but... And 8 is 2 zeros stacked on top of each other. Who knows? 8 also is infinity. Maybe it's Lotus all along. I don't know. No clue. There's plenty of different options. By the way, I hope you all appreciated that. Thank you, Team Fortress 2. Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say inside. 7 and Clover remained similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away. We must go! We have very little time left. Ace's words put their feet into moving. They all knew where they were going. Our next destination is Mercury. And with that, I think now's a good time to go on my 10-minute break because I'm at the 2.5 hour stream mark. So, thank you everyone for watching up to this point. It's heating quite a lot up, and it's going to be interesting seeing where the story goes from here. I'll be running a couple of ads during the break to get rid of pre-rolls, but until then, I'll be back in 10 minutes, and I will see y'all again shortly. And we are back! Ready to figure out who the heck Zero is and avenge our fallen comrade. Maybe you and June should check it out first and then report back to us. Alright, let's go, June. Oh, you prepared some popcorn for the occasion. Perfect there, Rube. Hopefully it serves you well. Here it is. It's that bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen between the two elevators. The Mercury card reader. We're using the card 7 gave us, right? Yeah. Found it when we were checking out the shower room. I think 7 said something like that. Oh, I think 7 said something like that. Anyway, let's see what happens. Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise. I guess the elevator works now? Jumpy, I know it's only 2 of us, but let's do our best. What's up with you all of a sudden? Well, I'm happy we're put together. You know it's just for searching E-Deck, right? Even so, I'm glad I'm with you. Oh. First, we need to find out if the elevator comes up full of water. Just like we did before. Oh, here it is. I knew it. It's not wet at all. Let's go. Yes. Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator. Look! Nearly all the buttons are destroyed. Yeah, only the C and bottom buttons can be pushed. We're on C deck right now, so the only one we can choose is bottom. Yeah, well, let's try it out. Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward. So this is the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw the hallway to the right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end. But not a regular dead end. Hey, over there. This is a numbered door. This is the 8th one we found. There are 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. There are doors 4 and 5. 3 more in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8. And the door we found on E deck, and the door Lotus and Santa found on A deck. It was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck. Now, door 2 stood in front of Junpei. That means... You think the next door we find? Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9. Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There's something about that excitement that frightened him as well. Finally. Yeah. I don't look very happy about it though. It's not that, I just hope nothing goes wrong. You're right, we should keep our fingers crossed. Let's head back. Okay. He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June. One, 2, 3, 4. Alright, 7 pieces. The piece of paper they folded up laid on the ground next to Junpei's legs. Everyone had written on paper, pulled from Junpei's notebook in an effort to pull together a blind bow. Just double checking, but everyone wrote their codename and the door number the way they want, right? Doing that before I forget. Yes, just like you told us earlier. can't believe we're voting here. Why had they decided to vote that way? We need to make the whole thing fair, blah-de-blah. This is a complicated plan, you know? Hurry up, mister, I have a brilliant idea. They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors. Yeah, quiet in the peanut gallery. Welcome back, Reaper. Oh, don't worry, you don't have to worry about any more gore until I don't remember. I don't remember if or when the next time gore happens. So, yeah. But it's probably not for a while. Yeah, quiet in the peanut gallery. And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper. Alright, let's open these up. The first one says, Ace requests door 1. Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why? Yeah. Reaper will be fine. Don't worry, Roop. Mari's theme is a bop, Reaper. I love it. That is based. I approve of you doing that. No, we don't have the time for that. Sorry, let's keep going. He opened the second one. Next is Santa. He wants door 6. Yeah, that's what I wrote. Junpei continue with third, fourth, and fifth pieces of paper. Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, Tevin also wants 2. But wait a minute. There's no way I'm going anywhere with Elephant Man. Don't worry, Reaper, I got what you're saying. Don't have any worries on that. No, there'd be no point in voting if we let people change their choice because of stuff like that. But just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma. I'm not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes. Barely. So, last I checked, that's not a crime. Maybe, but what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like half-naked raisin. Girl, I'm going to kill you! Not again. Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the walls. Oh, not good. Let go of me, I'm killing him! With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her. Junpei, read the rest! Right. No, stop, Reaper, no. That's so cursed. Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the 6th piece of paper. He opened it. June wants door 6. Yes, I don't really have reason, I just felt like it. All the papers save Junpei's had been read. He did some quick calculations in his head. So, this was everyone's vote. Ace and Clover requested door 1. This was a door on A deck near the central staircase. Tevin and Lotus requested door 2. This was the door on the bottom deck and could be reached by taking the elevator to the bottom of the ship. Santa and June requested door 6. This was the door on E deck and could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down. Then the door I should choose is... It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke. Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through. Alright, you know the drill, chat. I've done this before and I'll keep doing this. Junpei's a sneaky one, isn't he? Alrighty. So... Door 1, door 2, or the appropriately following door 6. Alright. Let's get this on the roll. Finally 6 is an option. Yes, Rube, your time has come. If anyone has any preferences, let them be known now in the voting. To decide which door we will be going through. So far, 6 is winning with a whopping 1 vote. Oh? Someone has decided to contest with door number 1. Alright, time's almost out. 6 has another vote. We're almost there. And 6 takes it. Alrighty. Rube finally gets their wish fulfilled. I'm sure you're pretty hyped about that. Alrighty. Door 6. I want to go through door 6. Junpei flipped open a piece of paper. It read, Junpei, door 6. Of course it did. He'd written it, after all. That's a problem. June spoke barely above whisper, but they all knew what she'd said. Nobody seemed to be able to get through the doors they want. Clover and I chose door 1. Lotus and I chose door 2. That's not enough people to open a number door, however. The digital route don't match up either. We've got a similar problem. Junpei, June, and I want to go through door 6, but our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1. Damn, what are we going to do now? What are we going to do? Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put in his thoughts in order. The others followed suit, but with little result. Get a 1! It's obvious, yeah, just take Ace over. Ace doesn't need to, go through door number 1. June needs to get through door number 6, though. Eventually, Clover broke the silence. Why don't 7 and Lotus go through door 1? With me? Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice, but her logic was sound. 7 and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 4 plus 8 equals 19. Add those together and you get 10, and then you get 1. The first problem resolved, Ace spoke up. What about me? Isn't that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1? You mean I should join Santa's team? Yes. Clover nodded, her face so cold and emotionless. No, we can't. They're working that out because they can't. They're currently solving that. They just solved one of them. One of the teams now has 3 people and can go through it. And now they're working with what they can. Clover nodded, her face still cold and motionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable given the horrible situation in which she had found herself in, but even so. I understand. I'll go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a number door, and no one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution. 3 plus 6 plus 5 plus 1 equals 15, plus 1 plus 5 equals 6. 7? Lotus, what do you guys think? I don't have a problem with it. Me either. Alright, then we're good to go. See you later. Oh, wait, Clover, don't move on your own. I'll be going to then. Yeah, be careful. We should get going as well. Unless Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7, and Lotus headed to A deck, where door number 1 was, near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. No, I mean the first 2 doors they did, and then the next pair of doors, I think it's the last time since the first pair of doors that 4 people have entered one door, yes. In a very long time. Not the very first time, but in a very long time. So you're basically right, Rube. The ride to E-Deck was a silent one. This is E-Deck. There should be a door at the end of the hall. Alright, let's go. Santo's words jolted them into action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long, straight hallway. Before long, they arrived in front of door number 6. There it is, you guys ready? Yeah. Then let's get to it. One by one, they put their palms over their red. With the soft electronic noise, it authenticated each one of them. The door opened, and all at once the 4 of them leapt through it. Hey, I found it! It's right here! Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered round it quickly and hurried to place their palms on it for authentication one by one. It stopped. Yes, it stopped. We in. The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest like a frantic, thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that. I'm not sure it's something I want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing. Truer words have not been spoken there, Junpei. You got that right. Once I'm out of this hellhole, I'm taking a nice long vacation. I agree. With that, the doom and gloom of before was done and the mood turned somewhat lighter. Alright, let's go. With that attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath, began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway, and he found himself staring at a large door. This door looks heavy, but it's not locked. I'm opening it. He took hold of the bar that served as doorknob, and he shoved it down. You never know, Rube. Maybe he's getting out of that hellhole, or maybe he will become one with the fishes. It's hard to say at this point in the story. There are many different endings, so who knows? Maybe it's both. Oh my god. Nope, I did not mean to do that. Oh god. Unfortunate. Thanks game for that. Yes, there are many different endings. In fact, I'll just show you. Not that. I'll just show you. Here's a flowchart of what the game has to offer. So we have 5 different endings. Okay, yeah, 5 different endings. Alright, here, let me see real quick if I can... Is there a log? I don't think there's a log. I'm gonna look it up real quick, actually, because I feel like there should be a log, right? 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 Ah, there we go. Got it. Just replay the entire game again. Easy. Exactly. Alright. He took hold of the bar that served as his doorknob, and he shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal. None of the accents of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional, but utterly tremendous. Whoa, what the hell is this? Santa got out a few words before awe stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps. That to be the biggest room so far, the ceiling is pretty high too. Oh, don't mind that. Huh? Could be 2 stories. Maybe even more. This place could be utilizing the entire length of the ship. What's that huge Kamaboko-looking building in the middle? June pointed to the massive building in the center. Kamaboko. Well, I guess that's as good of a description of it as any. Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important. I don't know, maybe cats are relevant to this story. Who knows? I certainly don't. I see stairs, so we may as well head over to them. Yeah, but this section's barely wide enough to fit one person. You're right. Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way, eventually, to the floor beneath them. Whoa, you can't even tell the shape when you're this close. Let's check out the other side, too. They moved around the opposite side of the massive building, followed by the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up. This appears to be the steam engine room. The steam engine room? Yes, the thing that looked like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. Do you see the 3 round dots near the bottom? Thank you for the hydrate mystery. Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine, this one is simply somewhat larger. I see. It doesn't appear to be running right now. The entire room was as silent as a grave. Alright, let's split up. Then all of a sudden, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees. Hey, what's wrong? Are you alright? He dashed toward her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders to steady her. Hey, June! It was right then he noticed. Humpy, you're really warm. Is your fever coming back? Yes, it probably is. But I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. I just need rest. I'll be fine. Yeah, June had a fever earlier and now she's got another one. Hoo boy. I mean, we may be quarantined off. Maybe we're meant to protect the rest of the world from some virus that June is infected with. Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did. Okay, here, sit down. Careful. Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and popped her up against it. She let her head fall back against the wall, as if she no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath. Thank you. Her eyes were empty, as if she were having trouble focusing them. Even speaking seemed more difficult for her. My answer to that, Rube, is sacrifices. They're all just sacrifices. Junpei felt his hand ball itself into a fist clenched tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. Yeah, I really am Zero, I guess. With my thinking. Clearly I'm a very wise and not messed up individual. I'd make a good Zero, and I hate that. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn. Ace, Santa, yes? Right. They might not have shared the depths of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern. Alright, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon. Junpei is 5. 2 times 5 is 10. Remove the 1 and what do you get? 0. That is exactly the kind of logic we're looking for. Mystery. Solid proof that clearly Junpei was the one behind it all along. Well, unfortunately, Rube, we know where 2 is, so, oof. That's all I have to say on that, oof. She managed to a small nod before leaning back the rest of her head on the wall. Alright, so, warning, I remember this particular one taking me 10 freaking millennia to do. This one sucked. It's really long and it's really brutal. So let's get right into it. A tunnel. It goes all the way across the ship. Man, this thing is huge. I guess a ship this big needs something like that to power it. Reword it better. 5 plus 5 is 10. Remove the 1 and get 0. Where do you get the second 5 then? That's the new question. I don't know the answer. It's been so long since I last played this game that although I remember the aesthetics of the rooms, I do not remember the solutions very well. So for all intents and purposes, for gameplay wise, I'm doing this fairly blind. Yeah, Junpei just decided to have a second one of himself at will. True, but I doubt a single boiler of this size could actually move a ship like this at any reasonable speed. You need at least 3, no, 4 of these. Huh, I guess you know a lot about boats, huh? Well, not really. It's just common sense, you know? Oh yes, mitosis is a valid explanation. Okay, that door needs something. There are 3 open areas in it. Each of the open areas has a gear in it. Okay. A golden gear. It doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Well then, imagine it was prepared especially for this game. Looks like there's a door over here in this tunnel. The belt over there must deliver coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this door. The door appears to be welded shut, however. And then the silver one over there is a silver gear. Do you think it's made of pure silver? No way. Silver's way too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be steel or iron that's been coated with silver. Ugh, shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have got your hopes up. Were you thinking you'd haul this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? Maybe. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. Look, Ace, some kind of snowman secret meeting. Those are just bags full of sand. Use them as counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system. Man, you're too serious. What's this? Given its placement, this must unlock the door to the left. There's a weird indentation on the top of this thing. You'd think that means you'd have to insert something here. Yes, I'd imagine so. Rip the empty barrel. Yep, I tried. I tried. There we go. The 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one is up. There are a number of lines engraved in these. I expect we were meant to do something rather specific with them. You haven't missed much, Thunder, other than we're split up. We're in door number 6, and, June is currently undergoing a massive fever. Also, this escape room that I'm in, I remember having a terrible time with, so this is gonna be fun reliving it. Have fun and good luck with Tetris 99 setup, huh? Nothing happened. Maybe you need to be prepared somehow. Alright, so we gotta make that respond somehow. One of the doors on the furnace. June is like early 20s, I think. Same with Junpei. I don't know how old they are specifically, though. Multiplication is not actually a thing. It was mostly a joke, I'm pretty sure. She'll be fine. Well, it's noisy, but it opens, and it's totally pitch black in there. And now we're on the other side. This looks just like the door we went into. Where are we? We must be on the other side, yes. Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate. And now we're over here. Alright, let's give this wheel a spin. What? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. Gah! Oh, crap. Well, that's unfortunate. Good job, Genius. You broke it. You didn't break it. It broke all by itself. So the wheel wasn't really part of the winch, yes. Yes, we went through door number 6, Thunder. And that means... So I can put this somewhere. We're in... With we're 1563. Yes, that would be correct. That is very unfortunate there, Subtle Pup. Okay. What do I do is the question. What do I do? Because I have this, but it's not like this is very useful. I have no idea how I got behind before. Oh, that's how I got behind. Fair enough. Is there something else I'm missing? Evidently, but I don't know how. I need to put this somewhere. If anyone has chats, if anyone in a chat has ideas, by the way, let me know, because I legitimately don't remember the solutions. I probably repressed this one from my brain at that. Is there anything else over here? Escape, evidently, but right now I'm trying to find what I do with this wheel. Because right now, I have nothing. The wheel came off of this and it just broke off of that. So I would preferably want a different wheel, but where? I don't know. How did I get to door C? Oh, I could go in door C, I guess. There's a door C there, but I don't actually think I can go through it, unfortunately, because it would be... Oh wait, I can. That's right, over here. The hand-operated winch. There's no wheel to turn. Oh yeah, I've got the wheel pulled from the other winch, don't I? Let's see if it fits. Perfect. Progress. Not shaky at all. I should be able to turn this now. Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden boxes now. You see the wooden box? Yep. The wheel only turns to the left, so it can only be lowered. Yeah, I mean, if we can lower it, we can just go back down and grab it. I believe the box has reached the floor. Yeah. He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt. June's down over by there. Junpei could see her, still leaning up against the wall as if she barely had strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. He almost thought he could see her heat rising from her body. She doesn't seem to be improving. Ace's expression was inscrutable, but what he'd said had... Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he'd said what they had all been thinking. Ugh, tongue twister. Not tongue twister, I just suck at speaking. What's your question, Thunder? Well, of course not. She's not gonna get better right away, you know, it takes time. He tried desperately to convince himself that what he'd said was true. Two's watch did break, but if the watch leaves the ship that they're on, or the bomb goes off, then the watch deactivates, so it can't be used again. Yeah, inactivate. It would inactivate. Exactly, Mystery. I'm glad you're keeping up with me. Oh gosh, that's right, Reaper. Having a fever, and that took away the entirety of the winter break. That sucked. In Persona 4 Golden. So I don't blame you for having flashbacks to that. What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps? Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion. Santa's response was confident and certain. She gets dropped in some weird ship, forced to play some messed up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know? So, you're saying I'm normal? Well, to answer your question on the watches being durable, the watch's screen did break, but keep in mind that that watch was at the very end, was right next to a bomb, and that bomb blasted it into a wall. Whether or not the watch remains broken or not doesn't really matter, because either way it won't work if the bomb goes off. So, yeah, because a watch cannot be used from a dead person. So once that person is eliminated, so is their number. Yeah, I think that's pretty fitting moment to use that quote there, Reaper. I appreciate it. I suppose that's an interesting theory, but realistically speaking, based off of the durability of the watches that we've seen, it's far more simple to assume that, and more logical in the case of the setup, that Snake was just thrown into the door by himself and the bomb went off. Because either way, the bomb was gonna go off, and if he went through that door by himself, which he did, so that would, sabotaging it not only is not really practical, but wouldn't really do much different. Nine's watch, we never saw where it went. Well, we can guess it was with the corpse. Nobody ever took it though. Because obvious reasons. So you're saying we're abnormal, and there it is. June and 9, we are the most normal people here. Any one of them could be a culprit. Exactly, Mystery. Any of them. It's everyone. It could be you. It could be them. It can't possibly be me, but it could even be reusing the same joke. It would be interesting if they somehow did manage to repurpose the watch. How that would go, I don't know. As it stands in the story now, they don't have the tools to do that. To the knowledge of the player. They might never have it, they could get it in the future. I don't know. By the way, not a terrible theory, Thunder. Again, it's within the spirit of the game, so it doesn't hurt to theory craft. We're just running around this room solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs. Santa snorted in disgust. A guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? Number 6, not bad. When you said number 6, you threw me off because of the game we're playing with Subtle Pup. Still, number 6, not bad at all. Well, I'll say this much, Thunder. The snake did in fact die because someone or someone's pushed him through the door and left him to die in there. And that is what triggered the bomb. Just so you are crystal clear on that. That is technically true, Mystery. There's been basically no moments that would necessarily deny Junpei being Zero. I mean, you could just make everything up as he has and it would make sense. So, being not suspicious of Junpei is a possibility too. You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying? I know, but it does seem like a possibility, you know? Unfortunately, they stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa returned and walked away from the winch. That sounds about right, Reaper. Assuming that Junpei is the mastermind. He might be, he might not be. Junpei and Ace followed him. Nice fish he muffed. Control panel for something. Gee, I wonder what. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes? Oh, there's only one way to find out. Here you go. Dude, you did it. Everything looks alright. Yes, an absolutely great description. I agree, Rube. Very insightful. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? The orange one? Yes. Alright, I'll do that. Pushing. Sweet, all sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. Oh, yes, I think I just heard something turn on. Oh, what's that? What happened? Junpei, look, the conveyor belt's moving. The conveyor belt? Well, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal on the belt, though. It looks like a bunch of it got dumped off the end of the belt into that wooden box where we found the control panel. Coal. Coal, huh? Box filled with the coal. Let's put them in. This hole, though, let's put coal in this furnace. Maybe if we can get some coal in there and set it on fire. Alright, let's do it. Alright, that's the last of it. No coal left in the wooden box. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything? Ah, well, a man can dream. Junpei, explain it to me again. You're playing stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up in there and make steam, which will then drive something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure within the steam to power the turbine. and drive steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the gist of it. In that case, this isn't enough coal. This furnace is enormous. So we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well then, if 3 of us work together, we should manage to fill it much faster. I want help too. Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. I think you'd better rest some more, alright? But no arguing. You need your rest, so you just stay in there. We'll handle this. Okay, I understand. Alright, time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. Very interesting gameplay. And this is a lot of work. Alright, I think this should be sufficient. Alright, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? I see. Then how are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? I have an idea. More than an idea. Actually, no, it's mostly just an idea. There we go. Is this? I think it might be. It probably is. I think this is how we might ignite the furnace. That means that if we move that thing down... Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Ace, Junpei, look at this. There's big gear turning under the boiler here. Very fancy schematics for being on the freaking DS, let's be honest. The gears, they're spinning. What the hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. That's a gold disc. Yeah, this is a DS game, which is not something I think most people expect. 2 pumpkin moons later, no sword. Get ready for a third Reaper. Yeah, the odds are unfortunate. Alright, let's stick them in. That's odd. Nothing's happening. Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places? Perhaps you have them facing the wrong directions? Perhaps you should rotate the discs to make some sort of line to connect to one another? Well, no harm in trying. Well, what I can do is, that's what I want. And then I need... you... The red lines on these discs. I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these. So, fun little fact. Turns out, when I first played this game, I suffered from what I would like to call massive skill issue. But that's nice to know. Number 12 out of 99 still isn't all that bad, Subtle Pup. At least you're not the last one to, or first one to go. Yeah, that's it. I had a major skill issue. Reaper, we don't need to talk about that. We don't need to talk about that. That's not relevant to this. We don't need to talk about this mystery. We don't need to, Reaper. Alright. Oh gosh, rip no ectoplasm, Reaper. Thank you for the hydrate, Thunder. I have hydrated. So, 3, but no sword. Well, get ready for the 4th pumpkin moon then, Reaper. Good luck. You're probably gonna need it. The door's open. Oh, game's not happy with me. Okay. Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. Ace seemed to share his excitement. Alright, Junpei, why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on the store. Santa snorted. Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again. Well, I suppose that's true. So all three of us go and collect June then? Nah, I'm cool. Let Junpei handle it. He still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on the stairs petulantly. The door is the greatest threat. Oh, I feel like there's a joke in the back of my mind that wants to come out on that, but I don't know what it is. Oof. Very, very sad. Oof. That's kind of rough there, subtle pup. Again, at least you weren't the first to go. So, are you only interested in being contrary? I sighed with the air of a long-suffering parent. Alright, I'll go get June. I'll be right back. He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor next to the conveyor belt and June. Doors, tabletop gaming's strongest enemy. True there, Thunder, true. Oh, Jumpy. As he drew closer, she stood up slowly. Are you okay? He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there's no hiding the genuine concern in his voice. Yes, I'm fine now. Sorry I made you worry. June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish. Let me check. Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead. You could pose this clip to be mean, but at the same time it's funny. It's fair, Reaper. I can't beat the skill issue allegations. I really can't. Good. You're feeling a lot better. She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him. Are you sure you're alright? Yeah, to be sure. June gave him a look. Oh, you're such a warrior, Jumpy. Oops, I mean, warrior. June giggled. He's weird, to say the least. Seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she really was feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead. Alright, let's go. Go where? Oh, right, I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so... Great, let's go! June clasped her hands and nodded urgently. Reaper, you don't need to. We don't need to talk about that. Okay, you know what? I feel like it's fitting. Perfect. As of right now, adding quotes is only something mods can do, by the way. I might change that in future, but, I think that's pretty good quote. Well, the skill issue is pressing matter. It could get someone hurt. Well, that's their problem for working with me. Also, I see everyone's ganging up against June now. First it was Ace. Well, first it was Clover, then it was Ace, and now it's June. Y'all are hopping ships. Where, to be fair, you can't trust anyone here. It could be you, it could be June, it even could be, I don't know, Zero. Someone like that. They headed back to the exit, but on their way they found, oh, it's Santa? Santa was sitting on the stairs. It'll be me next time. Oh, I haven't said anything suspicious, Rube. I don't know why you're considering me being Zero. Also, I have too much of a skill issue to be a game master. Ace or June for you. Gotcha, Thunder. Well, guess you're gonna have to keep a close eye on them. Santa was sitting on stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand. staring at it with a strange expression. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him. "What are you looking at?" Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet. "Nothing suspicious, Rube. Nothing suspicious at all. Nothing I have said it could be considered suspicious." "It's a photo of my sister." "Sister? Santa, you've got a sister?" Santa simply nodded. "Yeah, kid was cute as a button." June cocked her head, confused. "He was only about an inch tall, then?" Santa glared at her. Sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like half an inch." Santa didn't smile or laugh. "Sorry. Why are you looking at it?" He simply turned back to his picture and spoke. "That's her Santa Claus." "Wait, what?" This sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. He didn't know either. "Have you heard of the story of the two Santa Clauses?" "It goes out a long time ago. There are two Santas. One of them wore white, and the other wore black. The white Santa gave presents to good kids, and the black Santa played tricks on bad kids. They went on like that for a while, but eventually Black Santa's tricks started to get worse and worse. Pretty soon, White Santa couldn't stand it anymore, and he stabbed the Black Santa to death. When he stabbed the other Santa, the White Santa got blood all over his clothes. And that's why these days, his clothes are red. You could say that red is all that's left of the Black Santa." Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June was staring at Santa, sadness plain on her face. He continued, "I wonder which Santa I am. The White Santa or the Black Santa?" "Alright, let's go." Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. That was a moment of all time, let me tell you. And also, I'm sorry if I've ruined Santa Claus for anyone who's currently watching stream. And also, you're welcome. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Junpei and June looked at one another. There's nothing they could think of to say. "Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!" Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them. "Let's go." "Yeah." They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. That is definitely an interesting take on Santa. Many good things are born from battle, I guess. I feel like this is a red herring, no pun intended. That's a really vicious, unintended pun, though, Thunder. If that was intended, that would be really, really vicious of one. It's possibly a red herring, though. Who knows at this point? This game's weird. This game has a lot of weird stuff. There's a very iconic part of this game that's on the like weirdness 100 scale of like how weird the whole vibe of it is. We'll see it later on because I am playing through every single ending of this game. I think this is just foreshadowing his imminent death. You want Santa dead? Rip Santa, I guess, Rube. How sad. Who knows, maybe he'll be the next victim. Number 7? Yeah, pretty good there, Subtle Pup. Very nicely done. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired. "We're finally back." The door had shut, but it wasn't cause for concern. "Sorry we took so long." Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once again. "You found it!" "Nice." "Let's go!" In single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them. Oh no, it's this room! Oh, I have slight trauma from this room. because of one specific aspect. Oh boy, this is gonna be interesting. See, the previous one was a skill issue because I just got stuck on the whole thing, I guess. But this one has a specific part that I remember being really annoying. This a warehouse? No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight. Ace technically could have, although I don't know how much he could have accomplished. The only thing he could have done was come into this room and then come back, so who knows if he could have done much here. Ace is clearly innocent. Clearly he's a pure angel. Nothing dark is hiding behind every single character in the game, clearly. There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are. Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance. Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going. Alright. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Okay, fun little fact. Yeah, I'm just gonna show real quick. If I can. This box here has given me more trauma than I would like to admit. And I'm not looking forward to that puzzle again. And that was brutal before, and it's gonna be brutal again. Oh boy. There are a bunch of bags here. I wonder what's in them. A card with a headshot. Oh, it's my boy. What's that? It's a card. It has a headshot in it. A headshot? Yeah. I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. Santa now. Hey, for those who never saw 9, this is what 9 looked like. Since he, you know, died immediately. And that's what Snake looked like, for those who don't know. If you're wondering why he looks nothing like Clover, that's a good question. All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they? Oh! Ace bent down and picked up something that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards. You're about to find out, Rube. That's Lotus. And her hair's ridiculous. It's like clay or something. There's the pot to the kettle. This card has the 9th man on it. He is the first victim of the non-aired game. Actually, come to think of it, he's acting pretty weird. I wonder what his deal was. Yeah, 73942, so we're missing some. This is 7's card. If this is supposed to be trading cards, it's not a very good one. I keep forgetting that I don't have backup. Snake. Is that Snake's card? Is that Snake's the card? Yeah, you want to see it? No, that's fine. Man, the guy on this card is one good-looking son of a gun. Way more class than that other chump. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Huh? What's your problem? Didn't say I meant you, did I? Crap. Okay. This is Clover's card. You know, looking at this photo, she's kinda cute, isn't she? Huh? What's up? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Why does her smile make me feel cold? Oof. Okay. We've searched all the boxes. There's nothing in them. 2 more cards. Hey! Player info care like a floppy disk. These are kind of like floppy disks, aren't they, in a sense? Not cool, man. You took this picture without my permission. Looks pretty cool, though. You look really handsome in this picture. Hey, knock it off, lovebirds. What? We're not a couple, not at all, not in any way. How fitting that their two cards are together like this. This must be... Oh no, don't look at it. I'm not cute at all, and I'm not photogenic, and I don't look sexy either. Thanks, Clover, my skin looks gross, and I'm not sexy like Lotus. I know guys go for women who look like Lotus, but, I'm trying to. I'm doing the best I can, so please don't call me a board or trash can or cutting board. Wait a minute. I haven't said anything like that, have I? Ooh. Yeah, not a bad pick, honestly. Is that everyone? No. I'm missing one. You're making your friends listen to Persona 4 music via Discord bot and VC against their free will. Based Reaper, very based. These crates are quite large. Nice. We're missing Ace's card, wherever that is. There are 3 crates here, stacked up like stairs. If we climb up there, I think we can get over the fence. Junpei, think you could take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I've, got a bad feeling about it. Pussy. Okay, fine. I'll go. Please be careful, Santa. English is hard. Yeah, exactly, quote 1. Yeah, but just in case. Wait, what's he going to do with that screw? I don't see what throwing a screw at a fence is. Holy crap. Ah. This, oh man. There's electricity running through that fence. Looks like it. Then we can't get to the other side? Well, we could jump off the crate, but we wouldn't be able to get back. Yeah, 5-letter word, oof. T-spins, nice emote. Anyways, that fence is electrified. There's one card. I feel like I should know where this card is, right? That's where he came in? No. Thanks. Ace could have it, theoretically. By the way, I'm very much not looking forward to this puzzle. This is going to suck. I know I say that a lot, but like, that's one of the hardest puzzles in the game, in my opinion. And I suspect I'll have a repeat there. Where's that last freaking card? In a way, you go back to Alex Stream to see him go 7-0 with reflex and get overall splatter. Character development, I suppose. Where? I'm losing my mind. Oh, is it in? Yep, there we go. Card with a headshot. It's Ace's card. You look like some kind of European lord. Oh, my headshot. You wanna see it? It's actually a pretty good picture. No, I don't need to see it. In fact, we really ought to get back to our search. Alright, so... blind skill issue there. Now, we finally have all 9 picture cards. We just need to insert these cards into slots at the front of each box. Junpei stared at the cards in his hand. Ace peered over his shoulder at them. You know which card goes in which box, yes? Junpei gave him a look. Yeah, of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our number to the numbers, then you pop the corresponding card in the right box. So for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. Yeah. Ah, I see. Huh? What is it? Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened. I'll leave the rest to you. Hey, wait. He quickly turned and walked away. What's wrong with him? Oh well, whatever. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes. Time to solve the 9-box puzzle. 9 cards with pictures in 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment, then began. You know, for some reason, I was really bent out of shape when I played this that I wasn't the one to manually put in the cards. For some reason, I really wanted to do that, or I really expected it, and was disappointed when I couldn't, and I don't know why. Yeah, you never know, maybe those cards have bombs in them or something. You can never trust these knockoff trading card games. Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is number 2. I just need to do the same for the rest. And finally, the 9th man's card into box 9. Well, I'm glad at least you're late there, Thunder. They opened. He peered inside. What the? In each box was a single pin. 9 pins? They all looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker. I guess I'll take them with me. Junpei collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. The next series of these cards is gonna have stupid power creep. No. I'm not looking to the VLR version where they make all of these just purely irrelevant. It's gonna suck. Too true though, mystery, too true. 9 pins. There's 6 holes here, and it looks like the pins I just found would be perfect fit for them. The ones you found in the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? Alright, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go in the top part, and 3, 5, and 7 on the bottom part. Oh, some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6. I wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Well, I put 2, 4, and 6 in the top part, and 3, 5, 7 in the bottom. Do you think maybe it's the digital route? 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12. The digital root of 12 is 3, therefore light 3 turns on. 3, 5, 7 equals 15. The digital root of 15 is 6, therefore light 6 turns on. Oof, mystery, yeah. Power creep sounds absolutely horrible in the trading card game right now. All of my cards are probably worthless. Makes sense, right? I see. The lights that match the digital root of the pins inserted on the top and lower parts will light up. So that's how it works. Well, there's one other thing I'd like to check. Well, if he wants to try, he's certainly welcome to. I need a Whooper card too, honestly. That would be great. He put the 1, 2, 3 pins on top and the 6, 7, 8 pins on the bottom. Oh. That's a good question, Rube. Oh. So our goal here is to input different digital roots to turn all of them on one after another. Okay. Pick one of the 6 holes, pick one of the pins, and insert it into the hole. Alright. So, starting off to begin with, the trick here is I have to fill up all of the lights. So what I'm gonna do is... It might be impossible if 9 wasn't already lit up, honestly. That's true. I have no idea, but that's a good theory. Let's just... well... Can I just use the mask for this? I can just use mask for this. This is gonna be way easier if I just use that. Why didn't those turn on? I don't know. Oh, there we go, we got that. Yeah, Rube, that's actually right. It needs to be an even amount. Okay, so Thunder, the digital root thing, keep that in mind. So, the top 3 slots correspond to the top row, and the bottom 3 slots correspond to the bottom row. If you get a digital root of a number in the top row or bottom row, it will light up that respective digital root if it's in the respective row. And I need to turn all of them on. So if I want a digital root of 1, let's see here. If I want a digital root of 1, I need to make 10. So let's do 6, 3, 1, which will give me 1. And then let's go for, let's say, what can I make with this? What if I just put in random ones? I don't know what'll happen here. Well, I got digital root of 8. Alright. So then I need... I have an issue of this. So what I need is to turn 1 off. 1 on the bottom row off, but turn the 1 on the top row on. So let's get a digital root of 4, I guess. 4 needs 13, so we'll put that in. We'll put that in, and we'll put that in. That'll give me 13. And then let's disable, what can I disable here? If I add 6 plus 7, I get 13 plus 5. That would actually just give me a digital root of, what 6 plus 7, 13, 15, 6. Okay, yeah, so perfect. Now I just need to light these up in pairs. So let me do some math real quick. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to calculate, see if the way I have this set up is possible. So let's say to get a digital root of 2, I add 5 plus 4 plus 2, which then gives me 11, which then gives me digital root of 2. Now, what we're gonna do is see what we can make if we take those out. What we can do if we can make 6 or 7. So let's take. So to get a digital root of 6, I would need 15. So let's try taking 8 plus 8 plus 6 plus 1, which would give me 15, which would give me the root of 6. Now, what I need to figure out is if with the other combination, if I have that, can I then make 5 and 7 respectively? Why wouldn't I be able to? Maybe. Just to clear this up so I'm on the right track here. To get 5, I'd want 14. So then what I'd want to do is, let's say, 9 plus 1 plus 4. I don't know. And then, cause that would give me 14, which would give me 5. And then what I have is, I need to make 7, which requires 16. So we take 8 plus 7, which would become that, but that's too early. So 8 plus 2 plus 6. Alright, we got our combinations, I'm pretty sure. Alright, so if I did the math right, alright, so we got 5, 4, 2, along with 8, 6, 1, and now we have 9, 1, 4 plus 8, 2, 6. Alright, that's not the bad puzzle, luckily for me. This is the bad puzzle! Oh boy! This is the worst. Yeah, I was not even looking at chat. By the way, have fun with those barbecue ribs and Traria. They sound very delicious. I don't have to turn them off now. That's not the issue with this puzzle. This puzzle is horrible. This one took me like over an hour to do when I was playing by myself. You're all gonna get it soon, okay? Don't worry about it. Hey, does that mean? Yeah, we gotta do it again. Man, and I thought I was doing so well. So we've got 9 holes. There's an F above them. I don't know what F means, but I do know one thing. What's that? This time, there's 9 holes. So we need to insert 9 pins. Man, that's boring. Well, why don't you just try it then? Alright? So, I can tell you about this. I couldn't tell you this before. Well, with my current knowledge that I had, even if I was playing through this blind, I could tell you what this is. F is hexadecimal for 15. In every single possible way of connecting 3 in a row, I have to have it equal 15. That is what makes this one so brutally difficult, because I have to make sure every single possible avenue of connecting 3 different letters in these paths in straight lines, a magic square, yes. So, I'm just gonna spitball it. Well, let's think of what the most logical thing is. I think, in my experience, if I recall correctly, 5 is the most versatile of these numbers. F is, it's hexadecimal, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. No, I don't know. It's a weird thing they did. It's weird. Anyways, I'm gonna put 5 there to begin with, and let's just start trying to do this. So, if we did 5 plus 6, that gives us 11. So let's put 4 there. That gives us 15. Now, if let's say we want 1 here, if we want to do 1 here, I guess, then what we would need is 16. So we need 9 to be here, and then let's see. If we want 3 here. Let's think about this. If we combined these 2... Yeah, 9 plus 1. 9 and 1 are the weird ones. They have to be used in conjunction with each other. That is absolutely without a doubt. And they have to be used in conjunction with 5. I remember I found a solution to this that wasn't the intended solution. Either that or I was having a skill issue moment. But I'm pretty sure it was intended, and I was really upset when it didn't count. Well, what do you see, Rube? I'm curious to hear your thoughts. So we need... If we put 8 here, what does it need to be there? It needs to be 6, but that doesn't work. Well, what we can do is 7 plus 1 equals 8. And then that's 16, so this row does not work. So instead, let's say... There. Like usual, oof. The 6 and the 4 should work best as corners. Alright, I'll take your word for it. If we did do this, we get 9, 16. So that doesn't work, but that is fine. So if we get this, we get 13, which means 2 should go there. If we get this, then that's 14, which means that, Okay, so let's try we put that there. but then we run into the issue of that. Five can be moved. 5 is the most versatile one, I feel, in terms of numbers, but if someone thinks that 5 shouldn't be in the center, then let me know. Or, unless you mean, never mind, Thunder, you mean that 5 shouldn't be in the middle, but it should be something else, is what I'm getting at. So, let's try that. Let's try putting that there, okay? Because that still adds up. 5 plus 2 equals 7, but then I need 8 for this combination, so that doesn't work. Well, I can do that, but... let's see. That doesn't work, yeah. I'm gonna put that, keep that there still for now, but I need that. Which means that... yeah, because 951 has to be the combination. That's the only combination, so... if 9 can't meet 7, 8, or 6, that means that what's next to it has to be 2 and 4. So that gives that. Yeah, 2 and 4, that's what I was thinking. So then, going off of this logic, what works next? Again, this is brutal. This took me forever. So now, what we do is, we need a big number here. So if we add 7, we get 9, which then takes 6. No, I didn't mean to do that! It's because of the math thing. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Because I just need to do that again. So what I do is I then take... these are common in the Layton games. Should I play the Layton games? It sounds like they'd be up my alley. Yeah, stay an Underground Hermit Reaper. Okay. So if we add that, we get 9. And then, yeah, so if we do that, we get 9. And then if we get 7 plus 5, we get 12, which means 3. Yeah! Wow, that was so satisfying. Thank you, chat, for the help. I appreciate it. Oh, wow, that was hype. Yeah, I have not played the Layton games. I've played most of the 3 original Ace Attorney games, but I should play the Layton games. Yeah, we did it. Again, thank you everyone in chat who contributed. That was great. That went very smoothly. Guys just flowed together. The power's on now. Looks like there's electricity going to the monitor on top now. Alright, let's see if we can activate the device on top. Yeah, GG's chat. You know, I like to keep things a surprise, but since you mentioned that, Reaper, just so y'all know, I recently bought the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles with the express purpose of playing it on future Wednesday streams. So, look forward to that. Thank you for the hydrate. But yes, I bought it recently just for that. I have a couple other games I've bought recently just for streaming, too. So, I have plenty of games that everyone should look forward to. And... green button, a red button, and a lever. I won't be spoiling anything else, but I just felt like it was fitting to bring that up since we were on the topic. So, green button, red button, and a lever. Woomy! Thank you for the woomy. I think this might help. What the hell is this? Where did they find this? What's that? Where'd you find it? I found it when you were messing around with the pinholes. It looks like it's instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, this thing's a remote control for that. That? Yeah, that. What's he pointing? Oh. You'd like to say you figured out the meat of the puzzle on your own? 1 plus 9, 2 plus 8, 2 plus 7, and 4 plus 6 all equal 10. Then you just need to position them all correctly. Yep, that is one thing I figured out very early on when I was originally doing the puzzle. Was that 5 basically had to go into the middle because of that little trick there. It's just a skill issue. But congratulations there, Mystery. That machine over there, apparently it's called the Pushmaster 5000. Are you serious? Whatever, so what are we supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000? You see the coffin over on top of the crates? Yeah? Don't you want to know what the deal with it is? I do. You want to check it out? Yeah? Alright, how do you think we're gonna get there? Well, there would be some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up like stairs. Maybe we make a path to the coffin from there. How would we do that? Line up the crates, I guess? Again, Mystery? Skill issue. I figured out most of that, really, but it just took me forever to figure out the right arrangement of those. Also, I just suck at puzzles in general. It's a big skill issue. Do you ever wonder how Portal 2 became one of my favorite games ever when I suck complete balls at puzzles? Cause I do. I really do. Yeah, don't worry, Pup. I'm interested in that. Maybe I'll even play that on stream. I probably will play it on stream, to be honest. Would you want me to replay the Ace Attorney games? Like the base trilogy? Cause I did play through those a while ago. They were fun. I don't know if you'd want me to replay those in preparation for the Apollo Justice trilogy, though. I guess it's just another of Zero's puzzles. Yeah. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Oh, looks like the Pushmaster 5000 runs off a battery. Oh boy, I might replay the original trilogy then. You had a text voice crack for late, Bull Reaper. I get it. That's amazing way of putting it, though. I love that. So to keep it from using up energy too fast, it's been programmed so that it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Oh boy. This one I remember having a very fun time with. Sure thing. 50 moves. Oh my goodness. Where adjacent to Pushmaster 5000, press Pushmaster will move to that square. If there's a crate in the way, the Pushmaster will push up to a single crate. Move the crates approximately and efficiently and fill the yellow areas. So I need to push these 4 crates into there. So first off, I can't push this crate down. Nor can I push this crate up. I have to push them to the right. That is the only path I have available to me, pushing them to the right. Then from there, I don't know. Let's see. Basically, I can't push, if I push one of these down, it can't be right here. It can't be up against an edge. So let's just... So that's one thing I have to do. Of course I can't do that, so then... Let's say I do that. I haven't screwed myself yet. Oh boy. Is this sufficient? No. I want to. Okay, I see what I want to do. So I want to. Okay. No, I cannot push 2 or more crates at once. I can only push 1 at a time, and I cannot push the heavy ones. So let's try that again, okay? Yeah. I maybe wasted a move there. Can I do this? I don't think I can do this in 13 moves. No. Close, but... I, again, didn't mean to do that. When beginning operation, it will take some time for the fully charged... Wait... 52 this time. Is this a... oh, this is a helpful mechanic. It's a comeback mechanic. Oh, that's annoying. I hate that. I've made a mistake. Okay, so that is something nice to know. I can definitely do it in 50. So I need to get a crate here pretty early on. I didn't mean to do that, or go that far. How can I be using moves more efficiently? We're trying to get all these wooden crates into this. Oh wait, I think I got it. Easy, easy, we did it. And with less than 52. Who needs that comeback mechanic anyways? Okay, I'm done putting in the program. What do I do next? Just be quiet and watch. See, it's moving already. Brilliant. Ready to see what's in the coffin? Mommy! Just kidding. He smirked hardly at his own joke. Really? Junpei grumbled and shook his head. Whatever, just open it. Okay, okay. Junpei resisted the urge to remind Santa that he would have had it open a long time ago. Santa hadn't interrupted and quickly threw off the lid of the coffin. Contrary to what they expected, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying on the bottom was a rusty key. A small key, and... Hopefully they're doing good, Rube. Hopefully. I'm sure nothing has gone horribly wrong for them. Yeah, nicely done there, Reaper. A gun? You know, I've avoided saying anything about, the game up to this point, like the story, but since Thunder asked about the coffin, I might as well say there's an ending called the coffin ending, so... that's a valid question to be asking, Thunder. A gun? Yeah, a revolver. It looks pretty old. Nice voice crack. I wonder if this is a replica? Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously picked up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy. This thing is... He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets. Looks pretty old. Yeah, it looks pretty old to me. Also, Rube, I cannot answer your question. Are these real bullets? The barrel was rifled and nothing seemed to be blocking it. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would most likely function perfectly. If it was real. If this is real. Holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin. You're not gonna take it? Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives up one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Maybe Zero put this gun here, hoping that something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other. In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me. Me neither. The others nodded. You could apply that same logic to just about everything in this game, Thunder. There's a lot of questions like that, like, why are they in the middle of a sinking ship? Like, how is that even a possibility? There's answers, mind you, and there's an answer for the gun there, but it's all comes down to it was planned in advance, basically. Zero does have methods, unfortunately. The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either. No clue set up. Everyone woke up here while it was flooding. The flooding has stopped, but everyone was kidnapped from their homes and woke up in this place. Okay, we got that figured out, but you aren't gonna leave that key in there, are you? Of course not. We'll take that with us. Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place, the gun back where they had found it. Yay! Looks like it's open, Jumpy. I see. This key should open this door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go! It's opening. Alright, we've done it. The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight towards the stern. A long hallway, huh? Let's check it out. That's a good point, Mystery. They probably shouldn't have left it where they found it, because the coffin will still definitely stand out. Maybe they should have just trucked it into, like, some far corner behind the electric fence or something. We wouldn't want anyone who may want it to get a hold of it, now would we? Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron grate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be. True, Rube, Seven does like to go back to rooms. He always keeps the door open. We've seen this elevator before. We got off the one that on the left side just a little while ago. Then we went through the number 6 door and that took us to the engine room. Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room. And now we're back here. In other words, we made a loop. We're back to where we started. Junpei approached the elevator. We need a card to get to this point. I don't see a card reader here. Perhaps we aren't able to activate it from this location. Why don't you just try pushing the button? Yeah. Gently he pushed the triangular button on the wall. A moment passed. It works. The elevator door opened, and then eventually shut again. I think so. Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator. Good, now we can get back if we need to. What do? Would we return to C deck? No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first. I agree. Let's go. Their decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime later. Looks like it ends here. Santu, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped. Only one door. They searched around just in case. There isn't anything else, it's the only way to go. It was the door, or nothing. Alright, let's open it. Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. He paused for a moment, then stepped through into the room, and there he saw the number that had hung over their heads since they'd woken up. The number 9 door, everyone! 9. The 9 door. Like the number on every other door, this one too was a rough shape made of red paint. This door was set into the back wall of the room. It is real! The red door is... The 9 door is real! Junpei leapt towards it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was large, double door heavy, and full of solemn importance. That means we will see the others soon. He grabbed the door handle and shook. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. The red sat on the wall, next to the door. Displayed on it. Vacant, huh? We finally found it. Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last they found the exit. But cold gripped his heart, and he knew all too well why. As he stood frozen, unsure what to think or feel. Jumpy! Vacant means that no one's gone inside at Thunder, so no one's been up to this point. Basically, the other group didn't make it here and go through first by themselves somehow. Huh? Look, behind you! He spun around, and he couldn't believe what he saw. What? The 9 door. There's another one. Hi. He stumbled toward the second door as if somehow compelled. It was a small, single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the door they'd entered from, but in the opposite corner. It's 9 no matter how you look at it. The red is there too. So, this is a real one? Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself. Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors? It was Santa who answered. There were always 2 doors. I mean, if you think about it. Zero never actually said there's only 1 door with a 9 on it. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out, seek a door that carries a 9. 3 plus 1 plus 5 can go through 9 door. Ooh, true Rube. Maybe they themselves just ditched on the other one. The other one could be a Q in some hexadecimal thing or other form. You never know. Of course, we just assumed that there's only one. After all, why would there be more than one? Or hear me out, door reverse, door P. Or door, I don't know, upside down quarter knot. There we go. That's my favorite. Door upside down quarter knot. Oh man. He fell for it. There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one could be left behind. Now it makes sense why the bracelets are numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people, the digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1, 2, 7, 8 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. For example, their digital root for both teams would be 9. Half note flipped vertically. Yeah, quarter note has a little string on it, so it would have to be a half note. Flip that instead. True, Subtle Pup. Good on the correction. Or 2, 3, 4, 9 and 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. The digital root is still 9. Well, they aren't trapped and doomed, but because some people are dead, it is impossible for everyone to escape now. There are a bunch of combinations that work, and they all end up the same way. If one team has a digital root of 9, so would the other one. What does that mean? The answer is simple. From the very beginning, the non-linear game was designed to save all 9 people. That's how it was meant to be. Zero didn't lie. He never said there'd only be 1 9 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless their infighting was. There were 2 doors. There's no need to kill each other. They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they had done. This game was designed for that purpose. Zero is very smart, and that's not me stroking my own ego. Zero is very smart from the looks of this. This non-airy game. We were all arguing and fighting over doors at the beginning. But if there had been one slip-up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now. The thought of it sent a chill down his spine. So, what are we gonna do, Junpei? A voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. If Zero's smart, we can't be Zero. Why do you have to do that to me, Mr. E? That is brutal. That is very brutal right there. If the ninth man didn't betray and get killed, they should have. If the ninth man and whoever killed Snake didn't kill Snake, then yes, Subtle Pup, everyone could have lived. The ninth man did basically the one thing that he shouldn't have done at the very start, and by that he might have inadvertently caused the next death too, so who knows. But you are right in assuming that if the ninth man didn't betray at the start, things would have been way better than they are now. Oh, I appreciate it, Thunder, even if those words do not ring true. Interesting. You don't think it's Zero who did that? Well, he outright said that Zero did lie to him, I'm pretty sure. So who knows? Maybe 9 knows who Zero is, or knew who Zero is. I don't think I'm a psychopath last time I checked, Mystery, so there's that silver lining, yes. What's your question, Thunder? Santa's voice. Eh? Oh, right. Hey, keep it together, man. Sorry. So what do we do? What do you... We need to think about our next step. So there's a very important stipulation that you should understand about the doors. The doors are a one-way trip. If people go through the door and it successfully goes through, everyone successfully scans their watches at the dead, then that door is locked permanently. You can't go. I don't think you can go back through it, to my knowledge. If I remember correctly. So it's a one-way trip, which is why there are 2 doors. Well, I mean, you do make the point of the fact that there are 2 doors, so technically he might be able to come back, but I don't know if he could come back through the other door. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no very specific circumstance. There's nothing of the sort. The devs wouldn't do that. But yeah, I mean, I'm playing this game. I'm almost to 9 hours of this game streamed, which means I have to just stop playing it there, clearly. It would be a crime if I did otherwise. Or else I have to stream it to 99 hours, which would be... That would be quite the challenge, that's for sure. Our numbers are 1, 3, 5, 6. That's just root of 6. The 4 of us can't open the number 9 door. The 4... Wait, don't tell me. Yep, there's one combination that'll let 3 of us open the 9 door. True, Rube. I could stream at 18 hours. It's root 9. Ooh, you are big braining right now. 999 players be like, why didn't they just prop the door open? Funny you say that, cause the 7 does it, but I guess only at times the plot doesn't want to consider it. Actually, the doors are always heavy and big. I wouldn't be surprised if they, would cause issues, if Zero had countermeasures, so to speak, for that tampering. Also, the whole bomb blowing up thing, so, like, there's that as an issue, which could probably go off if you go into a door without verifying your, thing at the red. That's what I'm asking. What now? What now? It took him no time at all to determine the answer. There's only one combination of 3 people that would give it a root of 9. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. That would mean... No, we gotta go back. That wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed. Yep, I agree. We cannot leave June behind. Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Are you sure? I don't mind staying. June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were met with beginnings of tears and her legs shook. Again, I'm going to, well... here's another thing that's, to note. Once you escape the ship, there's 2 ways the watch is deactivated. Zero said there's 2 ways that... Oops. There's 2 ways that the watches can be deactivated. 1, the person dies. Or 2, you escape the ship. Which means if you escape it, Junpei could come back, but he would be useless, basically. He wouldn't be able to do anything for them, because his watch would not matter anymore. Not every combination, just the combination of the current 4 group that we have here. Just die, easy. You know, you have the very quick and easy simple strategies. Why don't they just do it? It's a skill issue, honestly. The bomb would deactivate if, well, the bomb's trigger is the watch. If the watch is deactivated, then the bomb can't be triggered anymore. So once you left, then yes, the bomb would not be an issue, because the watch would be gone. So that's why you would want to leave. Because the watch is the detonator for the bomb, and then the bomb gets deactivated, so the bomb doesn't do anything once you leave. Theoretically, according to Zero. It's okay, there's no way we'd leave you behind. Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door. Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the deep ocean than escape with this sausage fest. Theoretically, it would leave the system. Depends on, I guess the dimensions of the bomb, to be blunt. But theoretically speaking, yes, it would in fact leave the system. The only issue with the bomb is that the watch can detonate it. Maybe I'll even go to Atlanta. Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis? Oh, alright. Perhaps it was sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave Jun behind. But Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Sorry, I needed to hydrate there. What if June puts her hand upside down on the reader? Would that count as 9? I've heard worse ideas, Rube. I mean, there's no inherent risk of putting your, activating your watch with the, red as long as you don't go through the door. Yeah, very big brain. Simple as that. No problems whatsoever. Oh, there's another hydrate, thank you. Yes, I've hydrated now. You guys... June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say. Very well, best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, Seven, and Lotus will have returned from door 1. Even as they spoke, they knew finding others wouldn't improve the situation. But even with all 7 of us, Ace knew it. They all knew it. Standing around here isn't going to accomplish anything. Don't you agree? Let's find the other 3 first, then search for another solution. I guess you're right. Alright, let's go. Ace looked at all 3 of them. And then turned and headed to the door. Yeah. Okay. Santa and June followed. Junpei started toward the door, then stopped. Come to think of it. What is this room? It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it? We were so focused on the doors we didn't even look around. A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room. It looked like it's set up for some kind of ceremony. The cinema! Yeah, let's watch a movie. How about the Titanic? I've heard that's a really good classic. I'm sure we could find it on this ship. But what kind? Facing the 9 door was the carpet leading to the bow of the ship. And at the end? Was it an altar, perhaps? There's a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin. A coffin? What on earth is a coffin doing in a place like this? See, when I said sacrifices, I wasn't kidding around, Rube. Yeah, this is one heck of a ceremony. Too much coffin. But before Junpei had time to answer that question. Hey, Junpei, the hell you doing? Let's move! Santa's voice echoed from the hall outside. Right, okay, I'll be right there. Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. I'll be ending stream in 13-ish minutes, probably. Oh gosh, unfortunately there's no way 9 lives. He is... what's the right way to put it? A bit spread thin at the moment, so we'll get back to you on that one. But getified is also a valid way of describing it. They took the elevator up to C deck. Once there, they headed back towards the main hall and the central staircase. It didn't take them long. Yes, 9 was the first person to fall victim to the state of going behind a door. He did it because, for whatever unknown reason, he was under the impression that if he did so, he would be fine. He was not fine. It didn't take them long. Junpei, look, it's... Seven and Lotus. They didn't look happy. We got a problem. I'm sure everyone, I'm sure everyone missed my 7 accent, so at least you get to hear this one last time before ending stream. Clover's gone. What? It's all good, Thunder, don't worry. Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. He turned back to 7 and Lotus. What do you mean, gone? Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask. When? Oops, not that. Why? You 2 went to door 1 with Clover, didn't you? 7 and Lotus responded best they could. Yeah, we went to the door together, but Clover barely spoke to us. Oh, but Clover barely spoke to us. She just did her own thing the whole time. There are 4 rooms on the other side of door 1. She wouldn't let us into the 4th room. She just said, I'll take care of this one. And she shut the door. She must have blocked it with something on the other side. We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out. We called for her, but she didn't answer. So I kicked down the door and we went into the room. But it was empty. Clover wasn't in there. There's a door on the other wall. And it was open. We figured she opened the door and left by herself. We ran after her, of course, but obviously we didn't find her. We figured that much out. Clover's gone. Junpei thought for a moment. When did this happen? We got here just before you. You certainly have excellent timing. So, you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase? No, we haven't. Finally, Ace spoke. There's a good chance of it, Rube. It's possible. Who knows? Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern. Very well then, we'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin. Yeah. There are quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran into the central hospital room and looked around. Yeah, that freaking revolver, not with the freaking revolver. It's happening. Junpei and June ran into central hospital room and looked around. She's not here. No, she isn't. 7 plus 4 plus 8. So you're saying... Yeah, so... 1. Yeah, they went through door 1, Thunder. Those 3 went through door 1. Which is why they're together, just in case you missed that. They searched a little longer, but with no luck. They couldn't find Clover. Yeah. It would be, 1. There's no sign of her. Let's go. Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. Slowly, they made their way back to the hallway. At last, they reached the stairs and Junpei spoke. It's all good, Thunder. Don't worry. Yeah, the heat, I'm sure is a lot. I took a walk earlier and, wow, it got pretty hot, too. I felt kind of yucky after it, honestly. It was good I took the walk, but yeah, it got pretty nasty with the weather. Not as bad as what the heat wave on the west coast is dealing with, but still. At last they reached the stairs and Junpei spoke. Alright, I'm thinking we should probably split up. I'll head back to stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stair up to B deck. Yeah, Thunder. Make sure you stay safe. Alright, that sounds good. But, what? Did you stop calling me by my codename when we're alone? Huh? Sure, right. I'll do that. There's a reason Junpei persisted in calling her June even when they are alone. Although perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by the nickname he'd used when they were children. Canny. 9 years ago, it came naturally, after all. They were children. Good to hear, Thunder. But now that they were adults, it felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt odd to him. Yeah, that heat ain't cool at all. But, nice one, Mr. Heat. Of course, to call her Miss Kurashiki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurashiki would seem a little brusque. Although he couldn't put his finger on why it felt somewhat forward to call her Akane when they hadn't seen one another for so long. In short, it was simply easier for him to call her June and leave it at that. Dumpy? It's nothing. Alright, I'm going then. Yeah, be careful, Connie. June, or perhaps more appropriately, Connie. I did not mean to do that, but I disabled skip when I could. You be careful too, Jumpy. Yeah, got it. Take care. Junpei looked after her for a moment as she ran up the stairs, then turned around and took off for the hallway. Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a dark place, June's smile had given him hope both for escape and possibly something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits enough, just enough that they might soon be awfully dashed. He opened the elevator door. There she was, a woman that flashed against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp and her skin, smooth and pale as always, was covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe and his legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk towards Lotus. Slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Junpei actually has, this is the first corpse Junpei has found. First actually, Rube. So, yeah, well, it depends on the route you choose. This is the first story one where he does find it without a doubt first. And Lotus was with 7 last time I checked, but they all split up to search for, Clover, so who knows. Finally, he stood next to her. A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, a class trial will be held. I mean, corpse. The explosion victims also count as corpses. Yeah, no, I'm aware. I mean, Junpei was not the first one to find, snakes. He was technically one of the first to find 9s, but that's based off of the door you choose. Yep. Hold an emergency meeting. We've got a sus person here. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There's no pulse. No rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something, somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind told him that meant she had been killed recently. Yes, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, though clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife then. Perhaps she had been stabbed in the heart once. She would have died immediately. He took little comfort knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice Lotus's bracelet was gone. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from the ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship or detects that it's where its heartbeat has fallen 0, it will shut down automatically. Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Well, there was 1 knife. It's possible that it survived the explosion because the 9th man did have a knife. That gun could just shoot knives, honestly. Who knows? Mystery, that's possible. There's also a kitchen in this game, so there's that, but I don't know if any knives are there. That doesn't narrow it down again. Well, it's something, I guess. Or perhaps, more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining the bracelet number 8. Who is that? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when he heard a noise. A sound like sharp knife cutting through wet meat. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain. There's a heat, extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made a connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. His voice was little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. But as soon as he did, the knife dug itself deeper, twisting viciously. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with his strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. 2 tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. Felt no emotions, not anger, not sadness, not regret. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. His killer glanced down at his body. Then without a word climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade. The world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. Fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon it swallowed up the last that remained of Junpei's mind, and his consciousness left him. There's nothing more. Into utter emptiness he fell. Into zero. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. We don't know the killer either. Welcome to our first ending. You bet it was a Dachi. Bad ending. Yeah, Thunder, I don't blame you. It's not a very happy game. Maybe come the finale it might be good, but yeah, Thunder, I don't blame you. Thanks for sticking around though, and thank you all for watching, because you all know now's an unfortunately good time to stop. We have hit our first ending, one of many. I'll be back next week, next Wednesday, to continue streaming this, hopefully get another ending or two. We're probably gonna start all the way back at the start up here, and work our way through these other paths that we missed, and otherwise, though. Oh, Reaper, we got our first ending. Junpei, the main character, got killed. So that's the first ending that we got. So yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? So again, thank you everyone for watching up to this point. I'll be live this Friday with Splatoon 3. I'll be live on a Monday with Under the Story, which is Google translated Undertale, which is pretty funny. And then I'll be back live again in with this game in a week. And yes, the current suspect is Clover, as Clover is MIA. I don't know if I don't know. I'm kind of not feeling rating that to anyone right now today. Honestly, I might just call it here. So yeah. Thank you everyone for watching. Sorry about no raid. I just ain't in the mood, honestly. But I will be back this Friday. If you want to stay up to date with that, make sure you join my Discord server. And I will see you all later. Bye-bye, Rue. Bye-bye, Thunder. Bye-bye, Mystery. Bye-bye, Reaper. Bye-bye, Neko, and anyone else who may be watching.